Divergent Universe Protean Hero. I want to get rid of this notification before I do anything else. So, it looks like Dan Hung is involved somehow. While you and Dan Hung were trapped in Amphoreus, two geniuses were discussing about something. That's kind of interesting, actually, how the simulated universe is taking in the same time frame that we're in Amphoreus. I wonder how it will be for like people who are playing it who haven't
没事，我
reached
就
it
走
yet.
了。
Interesting, but this has an Amphoreus theme. Start tutorial first. I'm wondering if I should have done the main quest because I don't remember seeing that grove. Or maybe it's just special. Let's try it out. Hello, I'm the simulated Herta. Let me try to teach you. You see those enemies? Try fighting them. This is very basic tutorial. I wonder if these are my characters or not.
余音不绝，敬请期待。
试试手气。
It has to be because this team is weird as fuck.
前方危险，务必小心。万物本质如一。
Here's something new for you, the day-night cycling mechanic. In battle, it will alternate between day and night. Look here, it's currently the day state. When the action reaches here, then we will enter the night state. Okay, I should click this, huh? During the night, both allies and enemies will greatly increase damage dealt.
小心头顶。
You're also dealing more damage. Go defeat those
目
enemies.
标出现。
我为自我而战，失去一切，燃烧殆尽。无论何时盛放，都会有被风吹落的那一天。合演开场。
一无所有，或者赢下所有。
为战而生，为生而战。
Okay, I clicked on this. 50, 50. Nope. Okay.
别出圈啊，小心。
I felt like it was going slow.
我买单。
点燃星海。我马上跟上。都有被风吹落的那一天。
随便花。
为生而战。
This is the golden blood spoon that can enhance the day and night effects. Try one on the house. Connected infinite gates. During the day, increases allied targets' final damage by 20%. When entering the day, ultimate activates all allies' ultimates. Tribute. Golden blood spoons can provide certain buffs during day and night. Let's take effect during the day. Let's choose it for now. Sure. Ooh, that's a lot of advancements. This seems less complicated, I want to say.
那是什么？有点感兴趣。
火影子启动。
Thanks to that golden blood spoon, some energy was regenerated when we entered the day. The currently active golden blood spoons will be displayed here. It will also increase the damage you deal during the day. Now go stomp some enemies. The entire battle will cycle between day and night. Day and night each have their own basic effects. Selecting golden blood spoons can grant you additional buffs. After selecting specific boons, you can change the ratio of day and night and may even be able to make one state permanent. Really? I don't think I can change it right now.
我为自我而战，失去一切，燃烧殆尽。无论何时
I feel
盛
like I'm
放，
really slow again.
都会有被风吹落的
Man, definitely going slow.
一
I
无
can't
所有，
stop it.
或者赢下所有。
点燃星海，本质如一。
小心！
为生而战。每一场
Look
胜
here,
利
this is the
都来
progress
之
to
不
your
易。
next Golden Blood Spoon. You can gain 1 point of progress every time you enter a domain. You can receive 1 Golden Blood Spoons when you reach 4 points. We're only 1 point away from reaching the next progress threshold. Head to the next domain and obtain a Golden Blood Spoon. Okay? You can now select 1 enhancement's effects for your Golden Blood Spoons. This effect can make the day last longer. That's our choice. What if I chose a different one? I'll be a good girl. The kind Madam Hotel will now grant you another boon. Feel free to thank me now. The highest level Golden Blood Spoons can be enhanced to is level 3. This boon allows the divine blessing to shine eternally radiant, bringing everlasting day. Now pick it. Look here, the duration of the day has been extended. In the Divergent universe, you can enhance your combat effectiveness by selecting Golden Blood Spoons. You can select Golden Blood Spoons once for every 4 domains entered. Golden Blood Spoons are separated into basic buffs and enhancement buffs. You must already have a basic buff before you can choose to get the corresponding enhancement buffs. Jeez, that is hard to say.
余音不绝，
Is it ironic?
前方危险，务必小心。周而复始，失去一切，燃烧殆尽。都有被风吹落的那一天。
德眼开场，
一无所有，或者赢下所有。
点燃星海，
随便花。买了。
为生而战。每一场胜利都来之不易。
There's like this green material right there. But I am less confused than I was the first time that I played Divergent Universe.
喜欢吗？我也喜欢。来许愿，余音不绝。是什么？有点感兴趣。
Oh wait, I realized my microphone is literally off. That's really upsetting because I was reading those too loud.
都有被风吹落的那一
I
天。
will continue reading it, but basically I'm just going to be Like, I don't know how much my mic will be here, but I'm gonna be like trying to read all the new lore stuff in this because I realized that after this Divergent universe ends, this will be out of the game. Kind of like the last Divergent universe is no longer in the game. And honestly, I didn't really pay attention to that one, but this one seems interesting because I low-key kind of love the Crisis Heirs thing. What is the blue? What's blue mean? Secondary. I see. Thank you. Grey River's representative. Have a drink, one-eyed fellow. My last client bore a striking resemblance to you. That one looted a neighboring village, emptied their money bags, and left severed heads in return. And the red-haired noble, he humiliated a young man, comparing him to an animal lower than a rat. There's surely a berth reserved for him on the long ship of the Hand of Shadow. As long as you're willing to pay the price, I can slowly hang the unforgivable villain with a rope, or use a short sword to fell a great hero. My predecessors used to say this trade is like swimming in the river of the Hand of Shadow. Terrifying, isn't it? But if it's not in these bleak times, who would want to do this accursed job? Boulder Court. You want to know where I am going? It's my homeland, surrounded by mountains. The cliffs there are adorned with awkwardly carved flowers, and the dromas rest in the valley, lulled to sleep by laughter of the inhabitants. We were from every corner of Amphoreus. In the deep ruins we wailed in the cold rains until the mountain dwellers took them in. The mountain dwellers lost everything, including their gods. They stopped smelting, their clumsy hands started to plow and sow, their sturdy arms cradled new life. Nurture was the last calling left to humans by the pillar of stone. The earth has fallen, the core flame-carrying beasts have disappeared, and I'll fold my hands in prayer to Girorios. May life flourish again. And I guess I have to do this one. This makes it so easy. I freaking love this. And since I'm on a roll, I might as well just do more occurrences. Because I don't think I want to read all the occurrences. Sure. Life Divergence 1. In the breeding records of the Caprice, you discover a statistical error. Creatures created in an environment with controlled temperatures show a deformity rate lower than its standard rates by 3% when their size expands. But you are fully aware that this is related to the current foundation of your research. Once this goes public, all existing academic progress will be destroyed. Not to mention that the ones who made the erroneous entry is a prominent scholar of the Grove. You look at the tiny critters multiplying before you, conflicted over whether to correct the error in the breeding scheme. Errors? I'm not sure. Perform corrections. I would perform corrections. Your conclusion garners the support of many esteemed seniors, but your peers in your school grow more estranged from you. Makes sense? The Super Lottery Experience. The lottery distributor from the International Peace Corporation's Fanaticism Department is here. Have you heard of the Super Lottery Experience? He whispers into your ear. I can provide you with the Super Lottery Experience as long as you vote for Oswaldo Schneider in the election. He looks at you with anticipation in his eyes. I don't have a damaged lotto. Okay, I'm voting for Oswaldo Schneider. Oh, I do have a lotto. I forgot. False future. As you sit inside the dim tent, the white-haired diviner waves her hand, prompting the meandering colors to block out the clamor of the Dispo night market outside. Her dark eyes scrutinize you, seemingly peering into your fate. The future, many long to behold it, but often rue the sight. Her breath is soft yet captivating, coiling around you like a deep sea worm. Divination is nothing but deceitful tricks, but I am different. I hold the power to shape your destiny. Drawing a deck of Tawet cards from her sleeve, she pulls out a stack and places them face up before you. Change my future. I wish it would show me the weakness, but I don't really think I care. So, this guy. Tawet cards. With a subtle shift in perspective through riddles, the world will alter its form around you. The woman offers a faint smile before vanishing into the music of the night market. I wonder if I made the wrong choice. Sirius would have been the easiest, I think. Mutter, you are deep in a dense forest, an ancient temple entangled in vines looming before you. A bouquet blooms from Anestia's golden chrysalis. Statues faded to alabaster white. Poets surrounded by fleeting butterflies, their bodies leaned against the edge of the stone steps, gently caressing the strings of their lyres. I have heard your sorrow, the ends of the westerly winds, the tears intertwining like flowing streams. I sing a song of your love upon Styxia's shores. Their gazes fall from the ends of their hair, waiting for you to open your eyes once more, where only a few butterflies with iridescent wings are left. I have to chase after them. Your heart yells out in desire. I feel like I should do this one, because I hate encounters. Upon entering a domain encounter, all allies lose 20% of their current HP. One then destroys this curio. When this curio is destroyed, gains 2 curios of 1 or 2 star rarity. Okay. It whispers of a reminiscent taste of honey brew, pursuing glorious heroes, raising their goblets in merriment over swaying seas. Your hand passes through its wings, allowing the illusion to dissipate, leaving nary but a lingering murmur of the past upon your fingertips. Okay, let me go here then. Actually, when entering battle, increases allied targets. Whatever. Damn. That sucks. Let's go here. Okay. Is there always a chest in encounters? I literally never do encounters. Rock, paper, scissors. Is this the same as it always is? That was really easy for an encounter. Are they usually like that? I'm just gonna choose this. I think it sucks though. Let's. How far are we? Okay, I think we're close-ish. Oh, fuck. Whatever.
来许愿了，余音不绝。
My HP was not only 0. You wander on the snow plains, wrapped tightly in a fur coat. I remember this one. Yay. I think that's like the first time I've ever had a negative curio and I got that option. Please, HP please. I will...
那是什么？有点感兴趣。
Okay, cool. Do anything. If not, I'm fucked. Oh, there we go. Oh, I don't shield. I don't know that.
都有被风吹落的那一天。水面下便是无尽深渊。该说再见了。
什么鬼？有老子阻你！
放轻松。
I guess I will choose this one. Conspiracy theorist. Who wrote the Chrysos War left carnage and devastation in its wake? As the black tide surges and the city-states crumble, does it all unfold like a strategic game of chess? Do not accuse me of being bitter or heartless, for the epic tales of the world are mere dramas to me. Look at Talenton, who claims fairness and justice, yet chaos and rebellion reign supreme. And see Aquila, the father of the skies, yet they confine their followers to the earth below. I'd venture to say that even the flame chase journey of the Chrysos heir is just a farce. Since Amphoreus has crumbled into mud, why not just let it be? We're mere mortals, with nothing more to lose than our pathetic lives. Might as well seize the day and have some fun before we're gone. You ask if I've lost all faith in life. Let me tell you, I've put my faith in the coin of whimsy. I kinda like this guy. No good options, I guess. Oh, literally none of these help me. But, so I will choose this one. Because I don't have any remembrance characters anyways. At the base of Epos' precipice, the maddened Titankin and the monsters relentlessly pursue you from behind. The collapsed bastion cuts the valley in half. From the statue's faded edges, they faintly reveal that it once belonged to a city that worshipped the gate of infinity. You weave through the dilapidated ruins, attempting to navigate your way through shattered statues and altars, but a massive mirror on the stone's wall blocks your way. Those who enter must carry with them a thread of hope. You have no time to ponder on the mirror's admonition, muttering Janice's revered name under your breath. You dive into the mirror headfirst. Float in the direction of silence. You tightly shut your eyes as a thunderous crash echoes from the depths beneath your feet. You mutter Janice's name and press on. Proceed toward the direction of the prophecy. We make the ascent cautiously, not daring to look down. An inexplicable sense of foreboding tells you that one wrong step and you'll be devoured by the endless abyss below. Keep moving forward. Why would you choose the other one? You can't tell how long you've walked, but a sturdy sensation finally meets your toes. Having survived the calamity, you let out a long sigh of relief and collapse to the ground. The dampness of the grass, the fragrance of the earth, they all tell you that danger is far behind you. You stretch your arms only for your hands to abruptly touch something cold. Pick up the mirror next to you.
箱子上也该写些好看的花纹才是。The simulated Squirrel stands before the shop, observing the world with keen interest. It seems he's not bothered by the fact that you and the Grove have recreated the Divergent universe altogether. Even in difficult times, to know that you think of me is an honor, Squirrel greets you warmly. As for the Grove's document analysis work, I'll be the one to bring you even more blessings. Okay, thank you. I think I have enough to buy all of these, pretty much. Who am I missing? I'm missing a hunt, and I'm missing an elation. That's pretty much it. So I'm gonna try to fish for them. There we go. I think that means I win. Gonna buy out the rest of the shop. There's no hurt in here though. Perfect. Let's beat this guy that I chose already. High's lens. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for all of the freaking Amphoreus characters. They're also so magical looking. Okay. Nice. It does have a weakness to me. Thank fucking God. 都有被风吹落的那一天，是念想，便是无尽深渊。该说再见了。
什么鬼？有老子阻你！
不想去站好了。
都有被风吹落的那一天。放轻松，该说再见了。深咽下，便是无尽深渊。躯体皆因脆弱而美丽。
I'm surprised I didn't get like one of those lore thingies. Oh wait, that's what my branches are for. Okay, I'm gonna like and save my plan. This plan. I'm gonna save it. It's freaking good. It's a good plan. Now if we can just full auto this.
有事吗？没事，我就走了。
Divergent universe updated. Huge Divergent universe update. Not only are there new blessings, equations, weighted curios, and random occurrences, but also new golden blood boons. Adds the new paths harmony. I thought that looked different. I kind of noticed that. Conducts partial fixes to the paths of preservation and abundance. Iterates on certain content for the other paths. The third plane newly introduces boss enemy Savage God, Mad King, Incarnation of Strife, and Wonder Force Ben Academic Office Staff. Okay. Oh fuck, I can't claim it. Okay, I'll gather that later. Hint, new content has been unlocked. Astronomical division mode has been unlocked. Ugh, that was scary. You can earn points by clearing stages in Star Pioneer mode and increase your astronomical division. The difficulty cannot be adjusted in Star Pioneer mode. It defaults to the current astronomical level difficulty. Please light up the many stars of wisdom. In Star Pioneer mode, you can only enter the protocol level, matching your astronomical division. You will light cognoculi after passing stages and will extinguish cognoculi if you do not successfully finalize. When you have enough cognoculi, you can raise your astronomical division. When the cognoculi is completely extinguished, your astronomical division will not decrease after a failed challenge. After reaching a specific level in the previous topic of Divergent Universe, you can obtain extra cognoculi when you raise your astronomical division in this period's Divergent Universe. Okay, I don't understand. Practice. Is this short? Let's try nighttime. Ally targets max HP increases when it's final. I don't even have a team yet. Sure. Plot strategy. Oh, these are like actually random people's strategies. I kind of like that. Boot Hill, Mega Delay. Huh. the scholar. Metatalis, a dual emblem of pride and shame for us notists. He is our pride, for the scholar has golden blood in his veins. His ingenious ideas continue to inspire successors across generations, centuries after this time. In his skilled hands, raw iron and ropes were transformed into walking machines. Due to his contributions, engineering textbooks doubled in size. He is also ashamed, as he did not use his creations to benefit society, and chose instead to engage in the Crisis War. The wisdom of Circes forged the lethal spears of Nigador, destroying countless city-states to ruins with his inventions. Ultimately, he and his creations were both consumed by flames. Now, only by deciphering those cryptic, intricate manuscripts can one catch a glimpse of his astonishing talent and unyielding ambition. That seems really relevant. Firefly is too slow sometimes.
矢志一线，燃烧殆尽，合眼开场。都有被风吹落的那一天。
朋友们，请享用吧！
点燃星海，为生而战。
Metal life. You find yourself in a couldn't metal food store where the shopkeeper barely pauses for breath as they try to promote every single product they have. Their faces painted in blotches of dark red rust to display their adoration for Intellitrons. Hypotectic candy, 29% pure metal. Not only does it replicate that classic alloy flavor, that authentic rust taste really comes through when you chew it too. The shopkeeper quickly grabs the candy from its can and stuffs it into your hands. Try it, and you won't find authentic alloy flavors like it anywhere. Listen to him speak. We also have magnetic flow ice cream, perfect to get that engine in your stomach whirring. The shopkeeper's body below their neck rotates, and a mere prosthetic lifts the ice cream in front of their face. This is 22% pure metal, a great gift for a friend with a lower level of prosthesis. Is there anything else? Well, of course, that is one of our over 70% pure metal specialties. The shopkeeper pulls out their treasured collection from the bottom of an artificially aged chest that is covered in engraved crests of the Ruber Empire. Legend has it that as soon as a person's metal purity exceeds 100%, they will be able to transcend their feeble body and become an inorganic being. The shopkeeper grows more and more enthusiastic as they speak, their 4 prosthetic eyes spinning wildly in their sockets. Just think about it. Rupert II was an organic being too, right? If he can become an Intellitron, naturally, we can too. That's scary. Stop his imperial worshipping behavior. You glimpse a vision of magical realism as the organic shopkeeper launches himself at you in a violent rage, screaming, "Long live Rupert!" That's frightening.
周而复始，
起爆！
矢志一线，燃烧殆尽。
That was really easy. I think I've seen this one before, actually.
想想该怎么对付他。想想该怎么对付他。我马上跟上去。
切换预案，进攻！
矢志一切，燃烧殆尽。
朋友们，请享用吧！
点燃星海，好梦成真，周而复始，合眼开场。
Okay, I'm just gonna like the video when there's interesting stuff, but yeah. Sky Priest. I am still searching for their traces, the traces of the subjects of gods, who, blessed by the eye of twilight, once dwelt high in the sky. Mythical winged beasts wielding swords forged with wisdom surpassing that of mortals, and from thunder. Warriors born of Achilles' blessings, who dedicated their all to the titans of the divine war, their valor matched only by the Cremnoans blessed by Nicanor. But why have they vanished like the silent black tide? Did the incarnation of the day thunder not pierce the sky? Without her heroic feats, who would dare raise the banner to slay gods? Or were they too cursed by the titans just as we are, punished for daring to draw swords against the gods? Court of Echoes. It's been ages since we last met, though for you, this is our first encounter. We wander across the vast land, recording our journeys in conch shells. When moments allow, we also carve echoes for others. The bygone eras linger in the dreams of Uranus. Each time I take a conch from someone, I embrace their past. Though my eyes haven't witnessed the fall of ages, the echoes from the conch handed down by that old lady resonate deeply within me. I'm not truly myself, I'm just a bearer of stories. When I swap my conch with the next companion, I transform into a new entity. Everyone can be me, and I can become anyone. When the next iteration of me crosses your path, I'm sure you'll be astounded once more. Harmony. And harmony. Easy. Prayer line occupied. In the depths of Locus's prison, your cellmate is hatching a precise jailbreak plan. As punishment for assassinating the tyrant, everyone here will be cast into the arena to be fed to the lions the next time Aquila opens their eyes. Ironics above, we offer all we have in exchange for our lives. Before the tyrant pushes us onto the gallows in their wrath, may you grant us a miracle to deliver us your humble disciples. You all place your worldly possessions on the tray, even gold teeth. Nothing happens. Perhaps Onyx is still daydreaming, or there are too many people praying to him. How about trying the other two Fate Titans? Pray for Janice's guidance. A faint sliver of light engulfs your offering, swallowed by the gaping chasm on the prison floor. A raging river surges below, but leaping in seems the much better option than waiting to die here. Okay. Sure. That one seems more difficult to use. read this before. Okay, I'll be back. Here's something new. Divergent Universe Excessive Conversion. An excessive conversion challenge. Complete the challenge goals of the first 2 waves to obtain treasure chests. The more challenge goals you complete, the better the rewards. In the third wave, reducing enemies' HP will grant you points. After the battle ends, the more points you can gain, the more cosmic fragments you can get. Oh, cosmic fragments. If you are defeated, you will still be regarded as having won the battle, and your data will be finalized. Oh, I don't know that. Also, I have that curio that makes me not able to win any cosmic fragments. So you'll see. Okay, so I only got this. I guess I didn't.
以自己的意志抵达结局吧。
Child of Spiral. Gee, please forgive me for my lack of manners. I simply can't stop my work at hand. With the sky and the blazing sun as our measure, we once forged steel birds to fly. And the years before the Helix workshop burned down, Saku based in Eternal Spring. Our creations could rival those made by the cities of the Sky Priest. Even the Notice came from afar to study the theories we derived. But later the destruction came, and Amphoreus grew dimmer by the day. Yet the offspring of the Helix workshop still walk the earth, burdened with heavy backpacks, traveling through the crumbling city-states to fix broken machines. They are dedicated to reviving the lost technologies, knowledge, and ideals. This world was once blessed by the light of our God, so we shall bring back to them the light of reason and intelligence that once illuminated every corner of it. Temple of Reticence. You find yourself in a dilapidated royal city. Here, steel thorns wind around the sacred temple while swarms of nanomachines depleted of their power source lie dormant, merely reflecting the radiant glow of the 2 suns. You head toward the sacred temple. The colossal doors engraved with a portrait of the Wrath King, the sovereign of planet Beringer. Deceived by the masked fools, the Wrath King issued a decree that silenced all laughter within his kingdom. The door has been blasted open by the armed archaeologists' explosives, but even in the wake of the king's demise, the entropy-limiting device within the Temple of Reticence persists in the perpetual operation. Whoever has an audience with the king shall offer their wrath. You set your eyes on the inscription, grasping at the significance it conveys. Sure. As the urge for destruction and wrath surge within your heart, you shatter the curio in your hand. A faint tremor courses through the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the steel gate swings open before you. Leave with the Wrath King's memories. Laughter is forbidden here. You defiantly burst into laughter, yet the sound dissipates into nothingness the moment it escapes your lips. Forbidden knowledge is martyr. Do you know that there's a group of unrecognized scholars beyond the Grove of Epiphany? They don't care about the inheritance of established knowledge. Instead, they focus solely on the mysterious, unexplored realms. They regard the pursuit of knowledge as an arduous odyssey, where they brave thorny paths and precariously walk tightropes. At every step, they endure immense suffering, and one misstep could spell their destruction. Whether it's unraveling the mystery of the golden blood, probing into the existence of the Titans, or even the dreaded Black Tide, became a direction in their pursuit of knowledge. Such blasphemous endeavors will surely invite divine punishment and suffering. Nearly all scholars meet their untimely ends as soon as they make slight progress in their research, either being hunted down by Titan followers or dying in bizarre accidents. Yet they continue to plunge towards those eternally unsolvable answers like moths drawn to a flame. very fitting for Destruction erudition. Wait, this one's funny, so I'm gonna read it. Blue Ocean Strategy. You are stopped by an IPC vending machine in the ruins of the Kingdom of Banditry. It does not have eyes, but you are certain that this vending machine is looking at you with a lonely, miserable, and piteous gaze right at this very moment. As the only salesperson in the Talia region, it ranks at the very bottom of the sales department's charts because of its negative sales volume all year. There's only one reason for this. The customers here never pay when they buy anything. Please buy something. If I don't up my performance, I'll be fired from the IPC. I have a smart refrigerator and a robot vacuum to feed at home. It sounds so upset that you almost suspect there's a real person hiding in the vending machine. Just a cursory amount for show. Thank you. You have a good heart. This is how you find out for the first time that a vending machine has the ability to touch its head to the ground. That's so sad. This is late stage capitalism. That's why IPC is my favorite. So we only need, I think we only need one erudition. Hell yeah. Okay, this is Moment of Truth.
敬请期待。余音不绝。
火音自行，启动。
本质如音，都有被风吹落的那一天。
进攻。
矢志一气，燃烧殆尽。即兴表演。合演开场。点燃星海。
朋友们，请享用吧。
好光时间，为生而战。没样子。
朋友们，请享用吧。
即兴表演，点燃星海。周而复始，都有被风吹落的那一天。矢志一气，燃烧殆尽。合演开场。
调剂下。朋友们，请享用吧。
为生而战。即兴表演。合演开场。都有被风吹落的那一天。点燃星海。
My mic was off again, but whatever. They outline pathways with their fingertips and articulated passages with their words, carving out breadths in the vast void. These primordial paths define the boundaries of Amphoreus, still sought by countless souls today. The fruit of fate swells suspended high as Talenton breathes softly, yet the chaotic black threads are entangled and unclear, slicing through the titan like blades. They carve the initial judgment into the fruit's rind, declaring cause and effect, allowing threads to stretch into frameworks that support the world. Where there is cold, there is warmth. Where there is gain, there is loss. Thus, all things can emerge in balance. These frameworks become the driving force behind Amphoreus' transformations, causing the light to rise and the heavy to fall. Yet the world stands still, as things should morph according to the laws. The next moment in eternity never comes until the third titan stirs from obscurity. Young Auronics, with their first cry, awakens time. The fruit of fate bursts upon ripening, its viscous chaos spilling out, flooding the empty cosmos. Like a newborn, the world only truly lives after they cry. Led by Janus, the three fate titans delineate time and space within chaos, bestows laws, and mold the embryo of Amphoreus, laying down the cornerstone for all creation. It is universally acknowledged that fate is inevitable, but how did the world function before fate was born? What was the original force? What did a chaotic world look like? Even with a god's wisdom surpassing that of the mundane, who can unravel such profound puzzles? And I did read the other one. Chalice of Plenty, Carnival of Heaven and Earth. The banquet has already begun, playing the song of Carnival of Heaven and Earth, celebrating the birth of the Chalice of Plenty. It is the breath of the first pillar, the Earth Titan. One stream rises with the heat, while another condenses with the cold. Before the sky was formed, it fell as raindrops. The icy rain startles the sleeping earth awake. Their body becomes a vessel for brewing, and their ears ring with the downpour's roar. They then swear an oath that land and ocean shall forever oppose each other. Fagosa, spurned by the earth, can only dance endlessly between heaven and land, drinking ceaselessly. Thus, an unending rain hovers over the skies. Only when the scale of justice intervenes, asking the land to concede half of the realm to carry the ocean between the sky and earth, does the rain finally cease. Every drop that lands on earth will seep down, evaporate, and flow back to Phaedusa's divine realm. But how can the fickle Phaedusa obey an agreement? Waves ceaselessly lash the shores, and the drunken ocean calls to earth to join the revelry, but Georgios always answers with silence. Even so, in the halls of the gods, the banquet never ends. The Fate Titans enjoy gentle brewing. They often bring warnings and guidance to Phaedusa. The Eye of Twilight, drunk to stupor, showers the earth with heavy rain as Phaedusa taunts the land. Kefal drinks steadily. The only time they slumbered slightly tipsy, they nearly had their dawn vice stolen by Zicrus. Nicodor loves the sharp taste of the aged brew, and they always brandish their spear after a heavy drink, challenging their kin to deadly games. Menestia flicks their tongue to taste, falling drunkenly into Circe's arms. Floating on the water's surface is a two-handled jar filled with warm honey brew, drifting with the river towards the end of the western land. You ask about Zicrus? Phaedusa loathes them even more than Georgios. To trade away the finest brew, only if they can pull off a trick so clever can make the ocean burst into laughter. And Zicrus has plenty of tricks up their sleeve. The gatherings of the gods are now distant memories. Looking back, one might dismiss them as nothing more than the fanciful tales of poets. Coin of Whimsy. The God Who Fooled Divines. Caution against the God Who Fooled Divines. Since their emergence, the world has known no peace. The Nados ripped the earth asunder, swallowing countless souls. Nikador sowed discord, prompting the children of humanity to turn on one another. The majestic throne of worlds, wandering in sorrow, wept bloody tears. Tears hit the ground, turning into droplets. Zagrus, the master of deception, the coin of whimsy, embodies duality, just like the body and its shadow, a smile with tears. Phajusa's most detested titan. They once pretended to be a chrysalis of gold in the temple, worshipped by many until Mnestia flew into it, and they escaped as a shadow. The furious titan could only curse the blind priests. They stole Phajusa's crafted vessels at a banquet, provoking the storm from a titan usually lost in pleasure. They also concealed Talonton's scales, disrupting the balance of justice on Earth. As the weights balancing good and evil fell to the earth, deceit, envy, theft, and plunder emerged, flourishing in their wake. Indeed, they attempted to steal the colossal machine known as Dawn, but their fragile shadow was incapable of carrying the weight of the world. They had to endure divine punishment. Therefore, Aquila closed their eyes. The omnipotent Kepal shifted Dawn to the world's edge, where, in the darkness, only Zagrus' ever-reaching shadow marked the trail. The sinner's punishment lasted 12 days and nights, but would Zagrus just tricks truly seize? The thief star in the sky already told us. It lurks at the year's end, on the last day of the month of fortune. Once all titans have departed, it secretly follows Janus, reversing the guiding paths. The thief's retribution. The gods lost their way for a day, and the world fell into chaos. The calendar now has an extra, non-existent spirit day, a day of mad scenes such as insects devouring birds and dromeses running madly in the seas. As for Zagrus, the gods, in their helplessness, bound a star to them. Whenever they escape from the sky, the falling red thief star unveils their path, foretelling an imminent calamity of deception. Lance of Fury. War that never ceased. Let us reflect on a war that never ceased, the world's very first war. When the era Chrysaea came to an end in calamity, the strong devoured the weak. A lion's jaws crushed the throat of a lamb. A dagger struck deep into the helpless, and countless corpses flooded the river of souls, bringing its flow to a halt. Even death faltered, overwhelmed and unable to ferry the fallen. The mournful pile of bones, crushed beneath the relentless waves, was forged into an indestructible colossus. Rising from the river of souls, it climbed in a roar onto the land, vowing to unleash divine retribution upon all who were unjust. Nikador, the conqueror of all conquerors, thus strode across the land with a vow to overthrow the gods themselves. I have heard tales of their carnage against the sky. Why has Nikador relentlessly pursued the Eye of Twilight for 1,000 years? Are they seeking vengeance against the tyrants of the skies for striking down the rebels who dare to reach their heights with their lightning spear? Or does the blood-stained warrior aim to challenge the most supreme authority in Amphoreus? The Kremnoans sing that only the fear of the hundred-eyed giant bird cowering in the clouds caused Nikador to pursue the sun endlessly, day and night. Legends also tell of the day Nikador led their countless kin into the heavens. Lances clashed against lightning spears with deafening roars, and the feathers of gods rained down like a storm of iron. Phajusa, arriving to aid their ally, transformed the rain into honey brew, intoxicating tens of thousands of soldiers. The enraged god of war set celestial brew ponds ablaze, covering the twilight with burning clouds. The war is far from over. Why do the edges of the sky seem dim? Those are the eyes blinded by the lance of fury. Foolish poets play their tunes, conjecturing about the covenant of strife and death. Yet they do not know that glory and victory are the melodies of Nikador. The conflict rages on as they hunt down each kin until none remains unconquered. Thus they cleave Georios' fortress, cast down the stars of Oronyx, and aim their blade at Kepal upon the throne. A war of kings. Scars etch themselves again and again into the divine bodies of the two titans, only to heal and reappear with no victor after 1,000 years. Beneath Kremnos, Nikador has descended into madness, while atop the holy city, Kepal remains in eternal slumber. Yet the Legion of War, clinging to the last vestiges of its glory, still marches towards the distant Okema. Okay. Let's see how far I got. Not very far. Frick. That's a lot. Oh my gosh. I think it goes up to 100. I think these are all from just my one session today. And I didn't even play the main quest. Excess nutrition. Dr. Atarte invented a nutrition management machine to confront the increasing dire challenge of obesity. Not only can this machine absorb excess nutrition from its owner and save these calories elsewhere, but it can also filter out the harmless particles in the atmosphere to synthesize food. However, no one expected the consumers would instead gain weight, as the synthesized foods were too efficient and caused the users to keep eating. The overwhelming complaints made Dr. Atarte lose sleep for days at a time, losing a large amount of weight. Most raucous. Few creatures can survive in Talia's sandstorms, and Barzaton lizards are one of them. They consume the highly radioactive ores on the planet as food and convert it as energy needed for survival. Their excessive energy and aggressiveness makes Barzarchan lizards demonstrate capacities far beyond that of ordinary vehicles. Some deceptive business people even named the species Destructive Megalizard, hoping to sell it to newbie Annihilation Gang members for a high price on the black market. As the open-air mines gradually became depleted, more Barzarchan lizards learned to carry their young to the land of the Wastelanders to ensure the offspring's survival. That was how Talia's lizard breeding industry was born. Silent Song. Among the family's many territories, the home of the Sulong is certainly the quietest. These thought clusters formed by connections between particles were always considered a huge threat by people due to their bodies and emotions that frequently changed between the states of solid, liquid, and gas. However, the arrival of the family changed everything. Their gentle caress brought every particle together in harmonious song. Even though Sulongs taking the shape of high-energy gas clouds are able to maintain solid form for long periods, they connect to form a crystal plane, as the resonance between their particles sings silent odes of harmony, like ice-cold stones. The story presently. A tapestry scroll, lingering with the scent of a strange ink. The demon sleeping on its paper surface, anticipating the finishing touch of a master painter, to be named and awoken. When such an opportunity arrives, he will dot the eyes of every monster, unleashing concrete illusion onto reality, extracting the most terrible vengeance on traitors. In the present day, where demon production efficiency never ever rises, the hordes in the scroll are no longer urban legends to scare children. Only overworked painters will conjure up such comedies of demonic revenge and fatigued dreams. I feel like each curio could be its own story. And for these, I wish they told me when it's new. Although, I guess in this instance, all of them would be new. Why does it all say new? Oh, okay, it's over. And then I think I would like to do this one at least once so I can get the bonus synchronicity points. I forgot if there's actually a point of doing that. Oh, you get more points. But I don't care about that right now. Maybe next time to get the total 1400. Okay, I'm gonna use this one, obviously. I don't have any other I don't have a wind DPS and I don't have a physical DPS. I only have Firefly. Let's choose that. I didn't really like the last one I did. Okay, Sim Thanatos. Let me tell you the story of cowards huddling together for warmth, whom I scorn. In life, countless doors open, each concealing an unknown landscape, but the last door is certain. It opens to fire and ashes, it reeks of decay. Though you dare not to approach, a relentless force behind you pushes you forward. You pretend to be calm, but cannot suppress the fear inside. Faced with this internal conundrum, the weaklings gathered. They paraded in mourning clothes, persuading others to join their ranks. But what they joined was nothing more than a grand funeral. How ridiculous it is, rushing hand in hand towards the door of death. Yet the hand of Thanatos gently swept over, regardless of whether there were a million or just one. Okay. Kremnos Traveler. One winter, I met a lone warrior, lively as the flame, undimmed by the falling snow. That exhausted lady pulled me back from the brink of death. She was one of the rare Kremnoans among the flame chasers. With her sharp spear, she came to claim the honor and the lives of gods for the Father of Victory. She was a typical Kremnoan, who wiped away blood that froze upon her blade, closing the eyes of the dead. May the souls of the warriors find rest in Nikador's domain. She rejected my invitation disdainfully and set off on her journey to slay the gods alone. Do you truly believe a mortal can kill a titan, even when Janus' demigod has declared their prophecy? Yes, even if I perish in trying, one day a Kremnoan will sever the head of a god. That will be my day. Skyblade's Legion. Ow. Skyblade's Legion. Let me tell you about a group of mighty warriors, the strife between blades. Amidst the war between the Millennians and ourselves, warriors who believe in Nikador align themselves with different factions, and the impartial war god grants power to the brave, even if they do not guard themselves. The Millennians' heavily armored infantry strides forward with great momentum, marching towards mobile fortresses. Their battle cries resonate like rolling waves across the phalanx, and their spears converge in the sky, forming a downpour of crossing blades. Their guards move like a river in battle, flexible yet unyielding. With ever-changing formations that leave even Kremnos warriors struggling to keep pace, Kremnos, an unmatched city-state, stands victorious as a king's spear pierces the other's heart. But I'll never forget the warriors who stood alongside me, sharing in the glory of our victories. Okay, I'll be back when something interesting happens. I missed reading one of the expanded equations, my bad. Voice of the sea. The abruptly stopped dinghy splashes waves upon the sea's surface. Under starlight, you catch a glimpse of jagged rocks ahead. Caduceus' kin lies scattered among them, a haunting dirge clouding your mind. Sea monsters charmed by the songs surround the rocks, while your dinghy is trapped by a school of fish caught between misfortunes. Before the fragile boat is crushed under pressure, you have to do something to escape a watery grave. Guess. You take a deep breath, mustering all your strength in your rowing, ignoring the fishy stench that has splattered onto the boat, steering it straight for the submerged reef. As expected, the dinghy splinters into shreds. Caduceus' kins fish you from the water, tossing you onto the shore with disdain. Sometimes even courage is not omnipotent. Okay, Society of Disappointment. I'm eating a chocolate. I am the last member and survivor of our society. In Amphoreus, we were the foremost experts on the Titans, having mastered the 12 rituals and ceremonies of worship. But the golden age has long crumbled into dust. If they indeed forged our world, why did the greater Janus lose their core flame first? The gods we once worshipped have not died, so what purpose does our praise serve? All my life's learning and pursuits have proven to be mere illusions. We once saw the flame chase as a rational means of salvation, and our voices can still be heard even in the countless schemes to slay the gods. Yet the scars of the land that ravaged life is evidence of Darius' fall. I admit our errors, but the ultimate despair lies in the realization that perhaps there was never a right path in this world. So Herda is here. I wonder what she'll say. Herda, a memory simulation, appears in the store area in surprisingly high spirits. Though the me in your mind is a far cry from the real deal. No more than a millionth of my true self. But hey, it's not bad experiencing every now and then when the simulated aha felt. Herda snaps her fingers. I've also unlocked access to this database's collections for you. Don't mention it. As always, go buy them with cosmic fragments. She didn't say anything. Sure. History investigator. Stay your steps, child of the Titans. You must answer our questions. Have you ever beheld the manifestations of the gods or been fooled by the cunning tricks? Have you been part of triumphant battles or seen city-states crumble? Have you seen heroes lay down their lives or cowards find their way to redemption? If you have experienced, witnessed, or recorded any facts, please report them promptly, even if it's just a snippet of information. You may conceal or weave lies, but know that as the kin of Veronix, we shadow your every step. Remember, it's not nature's mountains and ravines that shapes the destiny of Amphoreus, but our golden texts and iron scripts. In this tumultuous age, where strife reigns and black tide surges, the fire of civilization persists as long as the historical chronicles endure, and the statements you're about to provide are the fuel that ignites and sustains this enduring flame. Sure. Oh, nice. I win. I win. Pineapple bread. You sit on the hot sofa as the lights make you temporarily dizzy. The game of bravery, pineapple bread, is approaching its final stages as everyone awaits your decision as the final survivor. There are 2 boxes left. Eat the pineapple and take the prize, or eat the bread and get lost. The manic faces of the audience are reflected in the host's compound eyes. They don't want to see you win, they want to see you fail. There are over 9,000 objects in the cosmos that go by the name of pineapple. Some are rocks, some are even leaves, and some are even black holes. Until you open this box, no one knows what lies within. Your brain freezes as images of the last runner-up being evaporated by a plasma pineapple rush through your mind. Pineapple or bread? The spectators impatiently spur you on. Choose pineapple. Red Moon's messenger. I inscribed those despicable villains onto the stone tablet so that you may know. Why Pastem fell overnight. The messengers of calamity divined of the star thief upon the ground, declaring that the end is nigh. Why not live it up, embracing every forbidden delight? Revel in hedonism and plunge into games without reserve. You have a grudge, pierce your enemy's chests right now. If you have no worries, then scatter your life savings across the streets. Gamblers wager their souls, and thieves break down doors in bold strides and snatch gold coins with glee. The crimson moon never rises, yet the honest speak lies, the rever choke the life out of their loved ones. The children who smiled warmly at others yesterday transform into minions of Zergers overnight. You ask if I'm still alive? There's only one means to survive. Pineapple. One doesn't get rich without taking risks. As you swallow the pineapple, bitterness runs over your tongue. What does that mean? What does that mean?
那是什么？有点感兴趣。
Orphan Care House. We deeply mourn the loss of Headmistress Cynthia, who passed away peacefully in her dreams 3 nights ago. It's truly heartwarming to see that all the children return from all corners of the world to pay their respects. Those war orphans are now craftsmen, scholars, and artists. The story begins on the day the orphanage was founded. Amidst the war-torn chaos and blood and fire burned, Headmistress Cynthia brought love and beauty back to this world. She built a home on the island of Doria, warmly taking in, like a mother, every child forsaken by the gods. With bread and goat's milk, she filled their hungry bellies. With poetry and sports, she replaced killing, shaping them into healthy and proud individuals. Today, Headmistress Cynthia has transformed into a golden butterfly, ascending to the heavens, or, more fittingly, soaring into our hearts, igniting our passion to build even more havens of hope. It's so... okay. Where's my in-game strategy? Thingy? Where is it? Corrupt steel. The Nodus's river of souls soaks the ancient battlefield. You stand at the edge of the steps, gazing down at the swaying reeds beneath the tides, momentarily unsure if they are fresh new leaves or restless souls of plants long gone. A wizened old man wades through the water and approaches you. He tilts his head at you, finally speaking after a long moment. Friend, spare a few gold coins? As long as I am given passage aboard that Thanatos' ferry, I will give you anything in return. He grabs your arm and a sharp chill abruptly shoots down your spine. Oh, I can't even... Okay, shake off the old one's soul. The landlords are out of food too. Honestly, I'd probably go with this. To be honest, you want nothing more to do with the supernatural for a long time. Lava. You walk through the abyss of flowing magma as the thick, toxic smoke colors the Warforged air with dark tones, much like the emotionless face of Mag the Firesmith. I can craft any weapons of war that you desire. All I ask is that you promise me that it will be used for supreme destruction. The one-eyed, one-armed craftsman wipes his ashy hand on his apron before pulling out his still red-hot tools. As the fusion furnace hums to life and blue flames within begin to roar, Mag stares at you impatiently. What are you waiting for? My hammer can barely stay awake with his boredom. This thing's got some pretty sturdy bones. Mag exclaims impressed. Nothing like those antimatter flames that spend the whole time wheeling. Okay, my pineapple also exploded and I lost all my HP, so luckily I'm there. Okay, I had no money, so that was pretty quick. I forget. I think I went with all day, so I'll continue with that. And oops. Let's see how far I get. I'll probably like turn it off because I don't think I have that many good buffs. Oh, nice. I just want to see like how fast. Sometimes like it's really satisfying. Other times it's like quick. Okay, that is over. And I'm just collecting my award. Hello. And I can finish this. Hand of Shadow. Lullaby for Children to Sleep. Listen to a lullaby for children to sleep, a bedtime story of life and death's inescapable cycle. It was an epoch beyond comprehension, one we can never return to, the Golden Age. Predators did not need to hunt and foliage remained evergreen. Thousands of city-states dotted Amphoreus, teeming with beings who knew no sorrow. Yet the earth could not sustain such a burden. Its backbone shattered into ravines, spewing forth blood that formed rivers devouring the fallen lives. A shadowy arm emerged from the river, Thanatos, heralding the era of Chrysea's demise with their birth. From that moment, life became capable of death. That line goes hard. Under the watchful eye of the scale of justice, they swore oaths with the gods. The river of souls marked the boundary where death would balance life in Amphoreus. Departed souls would journey to the realms of Thanatos, boarding the ferryman's long boat to transition from this life to the next. They were a friend of Oronyx's. When people were weary from the day's toil, the veil of Evernight would sway their skirts, making the stars twinkle and calling for their arrival. Thanatos quietly descended into the mortal world, gently brushing the brows of the weary with their pinky finger, guiding them into a peaceful slumber. The soft hum of the nightingale and the gentle flicker of the stars form a hymn to death and time. The evening breeze is the breath of Oronyx. They once conversed across the river of souls with Menestia, as Circe's divine form was bravely harmed in the gods' wars. Braving the risk of demise, Circe's partner pled with Thanatos to preserve the fading soul of the Reason Titan. In exchange, the creations and kin of the couple were offered to death as a gift. Since then, the realm of Thanatos has flourished with flowers and butterflies. As Circe slept, flowers wilted and returned to the earth, nourishing tender new leaves upon the Titan's return, reflecting the cycle of souls and the turning of seasons. From a brief rest to eternal sleep. Therefore, do not despise Thanatos. They are silent, yet gentle. They watch as people live their lives to the fullest. When the curtain falls, they carefully stare the fairy, softly knocking at the door of our souls. Okay, I don't know why I keep clicking that. Butterfly flitted past window. Do you know the butterfly flitted past window, weaving the golden thread of love into this world? The prince and the neighboring princess eloping, the battlefield commanding couple, and the forbidden love between humans and the Titans, all are brought to life by Menestia's touch of golden wing dust, bestowing upon all beings the eye for beauty and the heart for love. Love will transcend all. Achilles' gaze falls upon a craftsman in Stymphalia, whose machines make water flow uphill and whose chariots climb sunlit hills. Appearing nightly as a beam of light, Achilles meets the craftsman in secret, yet as affection deepens, so does the craftsman desire to meet his lover by day and boast of her beauty to his neighbors and friends. Ignoring her warnings, he holds her tightly as dawn approaches. When Achilles opens her 100 eyes, blazing flames consume him, and a month of unceasing rain follows. Menestia's golden butterflies gather the lingering affection, forging it into the craftsman's creations that chase the eye of twilight by day and watch over his lover's sleeping face by night. May they embrace under the sunlight. A young warrior is not felled by battlefield blades, but by his friend's envy. The murderer carries the cold body home, feigning grief as he weeps before a maiden. But Menestia, riding the west wind of death and night, flies into the maiden's nocturnal dream to expose the man's deceit. She stabs a dagger into her enemy's throat, shaves her hair as a sinner, and becomes a vanguard on the battlefield. Yet the undefeated maiden is never truly alone. A tiny insect always flutters around her, kissing her armor and weapons before each campaign. As time passes, hair turns white, and the elderly pass peacefully on their bed. Two beetles cross the battlefield, journeying to the garden of the god of love. May steadfastness endure forever. Menestia, the eternal defender of love and romance. It drapes an invisible veil over a girl fleeing an arranged marriage, leading her to true love by the sea. It blinds the eyes of a prideful young man, and as all his admirers flee from his sightless gaze, yet one kiss still finds its way to the corner of his lips. The wings of the butterfly sweep across the sky and earth. Even if the mortal world collapses, children of humanity do not forsake love brighter than gold. When fate steps stalled, who walks to the ends and beyond, forging pathways for the deities? The gate of infinity carves paths upon the earth, creating walkways through mountains and plains and sculpting riverbeds and valleys for streams. They guide the light of Aquila, drawing trails and roads in the sky, enabling the creations of the Eye of Twilight to traverse. The sun rises from the pinnacle of Georios and sets towards the deep, intoxicating seas of Hajusa. Everything is meticulously ordered. When the core flame of Kefal is lit, taking on the heavy responsibility of creating life, Janus gently nudges the threads of fate, which split into two paths before Kefal. If the first path is chosen, they will make beings of strength and intellect, forming a creation more logically complex than the mythical beast forged by Aquila. If the second path is chosen, they manifest as the incarnation of joy and freedom, as boundless as the waves and as ever-changing as the clouds. Yet the Throne of Worlds is not satisfied with these paths. They plead for fate to untangle the ropes, letting the threads fall and entwine around mountains, drift into clouds, or flow along rivers into the sea. Janus bestows blessings upon the choices of the world-bearing Titan, stretching forth endless roads. Each thread is a pathway. However, such choices naturally come with costs. Infinite growth of life ultimately invites the compassion of death. Thus, Janus entrusts the threads to Thanatos, who steers the longship alongside the River of Souls, winding them around reeds and blooms, finally tying them into knots at the end of the west wind. Death hands the life knot back to Janus, reconnecting it with reality. Souls then travel these threads, arriving empty-handed into the afterlife. But guidance isn't always gentle. They have cut off paths, entangling them into knots to confirm Zagreus for the gods. Even the Trickery Titan cannot escape these maze-like doors. If they jump, they fall towards the sky. If they run, they sink into the marsh. Only when the omnipotent Kefal shows mercy or glimpses a secret of the future do they release the cursed Zagreus after 12 days and nights. Before the footprints of humanity marked Amphoreus, this great deity had already paved the way. Their prior arrival enables us now to reach them. Damn. That was a lot. What are you carving on the tombstone, one-eyed poet? Proof of our existence. I think that's it for today. Today was the first day of the update, and I meant to kind of play the mission, the new quest, but it is now midnight, so I will not do that. But yeah, I will continue updating this. So, it's the next week, and it's time to do a new Divergent universe, and I'm only gonna film the good parts. But I thought it was so interesting how, so many of these have 99999 plus likes, and I'm gonna try some out, except it's kind of nice that it says, that I don't have that character. I also saw that there's a new weapon in the store, and thankfully I didn't redeem my weird little tickets yet, so I can afford to purchase them all. And I also found that this is the reason why I was really stressed about getting up to level 100 last time, but apparently they put it all in the store, which is so nice of them. And with that, I'm gonna figure out which one I want to which paths I want to do this time, so I can optimize it. So I want to try getting as many remembrances as possible. This is sad. Never mind. I think I'm just gonna go with what they have suggested me. I forget if I read these, and honestly my run has been kind of uneventful, so I'm just gonna read it. And if we've heard it before, then just enjoy the story. Voice of the sea. The abruptly stopped dinghy splashes waves upon the sea's surface. Under starlight, you catch a glimpse of jagged rocks ahead. Vajusa's kin lies scattered among them, a haunting dirge clouding your mind. Sea monsters charmed by the song surround the rocks while your dinghy is trapped by a school of fish caught between its fortunes. Before the fragile boat is crushed under the pressure, you have to do something. Oh, I've read this before. I chose a logical option. So in that case, I will offer honey brew to the ocean because I know that's not what I did. You pour the precious honey brew into the sea, its drifting nectar intoxicating the sea monsters. Even the singing types and kin are momentarily distracted as they lick their lips. The tactic seems to be successful, but the greedy sea is far from sated. Sing for the ocean. You sing Amphoreus' legend, from the moment of birth to the revelry of the present. Amid the melody, an intoxicated Titankins open a path for you, presenting treasures sunk to the bottom as your reward. Yay! Take the secret treasure of the ocean. French. So far, nothing has popped up for me to read yet, which is sort of interesting. Is it only with equations maybe? But I did expand the equation. Probably not on unused equation, but yeah, I'll be back. So nothing really happened. I didn't even get any lore at all. So I'm gonna offer my bunches. I forgot this was a thing. Benediction, condensation. Delight of rain and snow. The banquet reaches its climax, with the song of delight of rain and snow echoing, celebrating the gods' absurd games. Raise another toast, for if you can offer Phaedrusa a treasure unlike any other, it will gift you a honey brew rare beyond imagination. Aquila gathers 100 cold breezes, which Phaedrusa bottles with frost and the echoes of mortal sneezes. Even the eye of twilight shivers at its chill. The sky falls into a deep slumber and snowflakes drift down like a fleeting dreams. The Nautilus plucks flowers from the edge of the river of souls, sending them via a butterfly to the shores. Phaedrusa collects the dew from the petals' edges, soaking the stamens, and the fragrance is infused with the scent of death. Legend has it that Zagreus once stole this honey brew to poison Kefal at a banquet, but the all-knowing gods outwitted them, swapping the golden goblets and forcing Zagreus to reap what they sowed. The god of trickery suffers terribly. But in the legends of Dolos, Zagreus simply transformed into a sea snake and sneaked into Phaedrusa's palace, then drank the gift meant for death. Since then, Zagreus can also freely traverse between life and death. Sing with the tides once more, for the sea despises silence. They once sheltered Oronyx, cloaking with endless rain the stars fleeting from the sky. But Oronyx's laughter shone so brightly that not even the deepest ocean trench could hide their light. When Talenton comes to exact justice, the ocean has no choice but to reluctantly hand over the stars they harbored. As punishment, the ocean will forever mirror the night sky, guarding against the playful Titan escaping once again. They once went alone to face Nigador, when the savage god was launching an attack on Phaedrusa's city due to humiliation, but the Chalice of Plenty secretly guided their people to brew divine nectar from pomegranate juice. If the city were to fall, how could such finest brew be produced in the years to come? The war of the gods raged on, and few dared to face the spears of strife, but do not mistake Phaedrusa for being brave. They merely seized the chance to invite an old friend for a drink, forced to conjure such a ruse before the wrath of enraged Nigador. Cunning ocean. Look, the day's Phaedrusa is still singing, the waves are their drunken laughter, and the whirlpools their graceful dance. I kind of blanked in the middle of that. Coin of Whimsy. The god who teased mortals. Beware the god who teased mortals, their arrival brought relentless turmoil. The fortune they bring to the world is like a coin, heads for luck, tails for resignation, reflecting the capricious nature of Zagreus. They delight in seeing the fortunate envied and revel in watching sudden misfortune bring others to ruin. Hence, even their disciples only turn to them in dire straits, disregarding their boons when luck favors them. This is Zagrus's retribution. Damn, I actually understood that. Media literacy. No one truly loves them. Thus, they meddle with mortals unreservedly. They bestow blessings on the city of Morella, turning hair to gold, which once cut returned to normal. People bore their golden burdens on their heads until their necks snapped, never willing to shear them off. They created a board game where all could triumph until even the king of Polis gambled away his realm and fled with the board. In Hyrule mines, they gifted the children there with unnaturally lucky hands for stealing, inspiring priests to teach their daughters pickpocketing and kings to train their sons in the craft of thievery. Their fortune could corrupt the purest hearts. Perhaps they once performed benevolent acts like concealing a star at the bottom of a lake to drown a greedy tyrant, or unsettling a hero's chariot to help him evade an arrow. But who would place their trust in a schemer more fickle than the ocean? Fate has its Janisopolis, the lands have its Icatus, and even the dreaded Thanatos boasts to Idonia. Yet Zagrus finds no welcome within any city-state. Of course, the remarkable Dolos is an exception. Enthralled by the exploits of the Coin of Whimsy, they have been engrossed for generations in attempting to recreate grand deceptions. Perhaps this too is a form of faith. Poets opt to see the Titans as deities enamored with humanity. Even Nicodor has safeguarded Amphoreus for ages. But does Zagrus truly hold any affection for us? If profitable, surely even the downfall of Amphoreus would not hinder their dealings. Who is Zagrus' equivalent? Flame Chaser. I don't know. War that continues to thrive. Let us recall a war that continues to thrive, the precursor of many across the land. Nicodor forged many divine soldiers and inspired those on the earth to master the art of weapon forging. The first of these was a spear created during the creation of Aquila by Kephal. The lightning spear thrust into the earth's spine became a gleaming streak that pierced the heavens after tempering by the river of souls. Next came a sword, tempered with divine blood after witnessing the heroics of Gorgo, guarded by the braves of the citadel. It became a blade that pointed defiantly at the omnipotent. The third creation was a shield, gifted by Thanatos and molded from the netherrealm's clay, strong enough to withstand furious lightning bolts. Yet the shield has vanished. Zagrus, in their vile greed, stole and melted the shield into gold coins, merely to barter for a cup of Phagos's finest brew. In an age where divine battles raged incessantly, war made sparks upon the shield. Its fragments became the guarded secret from Castron Kremnos' defense. Anyway, these ancient shields can no longer be replicated. But true warriors do not falter due to a lost weapon. Nicodor has never been a coward who hides behind shields. Nicodor brandishes their spear, commanding their kin to align in formation. At their fierce battle cry, the kins charge fearlessly into the fray. Neither the surging waves nor the rolling boulders can slow their relentless advance. People learned their bravery. Just as children learn language and young beasts learn to bite, humans learn to assemble armies, craft chariots, march in formation, and slay their foes. Imitating the divine battles, the children of humanity crafted wars of their own. The fiercest among them gathered under Nicodor, offering their blood in ritual conflict. As the god cast their spear, trails of light across the night sky would guide the people of Kremnos. Following the trail of light, they trample every city-state in their path until they reach the burnt ruins. As a revelation from the Titan. At the twilight of the era Chrysaea, no one could recall just how many city-states had once thrived. In the ballads glorifying Nicodor, the grim specter of the mobile armed fortresses with a hanging blade became their final nightmare. The seeds of strife had blossomed into a giant tree, with even the scholars of Ceres learning the knowledge of warfare. From the moment Nicadore's imposing form was seen by the people, the unrest never ceased. And yeah, that one kind of flew over my head. Too gosh. Oh wait, never mind. I only gained 3 levels, but that's okay. They're gonna do that booster thing at the end, I'm sure. And here he goes. Can we even use that for anything now? Did I get anything? I don't notice I got anything though. Whatever. I did get one, but I don't know which one. Oops. Back for week 3. It's another week for Divergent and I just finished. It was super boring gameplay, so I didn't record it, but I did get 3 levels higher. I feel so behind. First, I just chose random ones, so I might run. My final battle took forever and it was super unsatisfying to watch, but whatever. No, I think this was new. But they don't say new anymore, which is super annoying. But this is new. Dignity and passion. The Inter-Astral Peace Corporation has the final right of interpretation regarding mining work in star zones under their possession. Any illegal mining activities will be viewed as an act of blasphemy that interferes with the Amber Lord's wall construction. Great naval rams, installed atop the military cruisers, will swiftly and directly hammer toward the culprit, generously displaying the holy visage of Qlipoth to them and rendering the illegal mining ship into scraps. Oswaldo has jokingly stated more than once that the means employed by the Building Material Logistics Department are far more radical than those used by the Marketing Development Department, and that might well be the truth. I don't know which other one is new, but I guess we'll never know. And also, I don't know why these blurbs are not popping up for me anymore. Back to the Titan. Hand of Shadow. Lullaby to warn the world. Listen to a lullaby to warn the world, a fable of arrogance and absurdity. Let us begin with the nod. I don't know what's the proper way to balance that word, but let us begin with Thanatos' boat. Mortals have always tried to defy death. The mad king Micus and hero Stratus, who hid in the sarcophagus and entered eternal sleep to escape mortality, only became the laughingstock of playwrights. But the most ridiculous of them all was Pylaemons of Mythemus. He broke reeds from the banks of the River of Souls, leaving them into a raft across death's perilous waters. He ground gold into a dagger to defy decay and disintegration. Following the current of the dead, he sought to assassinate Thanatos while on the boat and usurp their divine authority. Look, his body remains warm, his dagger still sharp, yet all he finds is a single long boat. The Fairy of the Dead. Pylaemon sleeps onto the boat, calling himself the Lord of Death, yet the fairy drifts slowly, carrying him to the other shore. Then, who wrote this fable? Maybe the Hand of Shadow has a knack for telling strange stories. Over the centuries, there haven't been many fools as crazy as him, but there's no shortage of idiots who've dared to mock death. It's probably a trick. The queen, having heard the rumor, drew upon water from the River of Souls, believing that any portrait painted with it would cause the subject's death. She sent her servant to retrieve a scoop of the river's muddy waters, secretly pouring it into the king's clay bowl in hopes of killing the lover who captivated him. The servant dared not approach the River of Souls. At a grand banquet, the king unveiled a carefully prepared gift for his lover. The queen was greeted by her own smile painted upon the canvas. The wine glass shattered, and so did the queen's life. It serves as a warning to all. Do not scheme against others, nor let jealousy cloud your vision. Finally, let us tell a beautiful story. The nameless hero was framed and killed, his sword falling into the River of Souls. When the river receded, the sword remained uncorroded. The Nautilus called the hero's offspring in a dream who, guided by the vision, arrived at the sword. He avenged his father. Years later, the young hero, wielding the sword, led his troops to overthrow the tyrant ruling his homeland, driving the blade straight into the center of the crown. This reminds mankind that death never covers up evil. I don't know what happened. Did she kill herself? I feel like that means she killed herself. Butterfly quietly departed. Have you heard about the butterfly quietly departed, leaving only tattered wings behind? Let us speak of beauty once more, in tribute to that resplendent eras that stood unshaken. Have you ever been to Paphos, a city that glorifies beauty, where even the esteemed Nestia once met their match? The beauty of that girl was extraordinary. Her eyes seemed to hold starlight, and even the Prince of Ladon fell into the river from staring too hard. The angered god, transformed into human form, competed in a beauty contest and robbed everyone of their sight to see beauty, while the girl just covered her mouth and giggled. Great Nestia, I am not even a fraction as beautiful as you, yet jealousy has robbed you of your beauty. The god had an epiphany. The shamed romance titan, in their flight, flapped their wings, and the scale powder fell, turning apples to gold. Of course, this is just a clumsy justification by poets, merely a reasonable jest when taken as such. Let's return to Idylia, where a scholar claims to decode true beauty through numbers and geometry within the Temple of Xerxes. Using spirals and vertical lines, he charts the shifting paths of the moon and the thief star. Nestia cannot tolerate such arrogance. They weave a melody of raindrops falling on leafy canopies, the sighs of flowers, and the soft flicker of starlight into silken threads that drape over the shoulders of lovers. Zoom 1. This poses an age-old riddle. If both pans of Talenton's scale were to fall into the water, which would they retrieve first? What constitutes true beauty? Even Xerxes, with all their wisdom, struggles to unravel these enigmas. Yet Nestia knows the answer to the converse question. What is ugliness? A world marred by strife and bloodshed, where beautiful garments are ripped apart, grand sculptures toppled, and melodious voices stilled. Great Nestia, how might we reclaim the eyes you bestowed upon all beings to perceive beauty and the hearts that yearn for love? The golden glow dims. The wings of the butterfly are torn. Yet the noble Nestia still tries to flap their wings, seeking an elegant demise, passing the fiery core flame to another. Then, children of humanity, don the golden remnants, transform from the cocoon to butterflies, and bring back the faded beauty of the fallen gods. Gosh, I wish I could understand that. But alas, I'm back next week.
Okay, it's another week. I think we're on week 4 or 3 or something, and I don't know why nothing popped up for me for the past week or 2 weeks, but finally something has. I think because this is a new equation. Let me read. My friend, let's go catch the performance of the touring orchestra. Grab your finest honey brew and smoked meat. It's gonna be a feast for both your ears and taste buds. Their melodies have the magic to touch the hearts of all, making even the stiffest, most traditional country gentleman to sway to music. And no seasoned warriors to shed tears of emotion. Even the hearing impaired and musically inept are singing their praises for this incredible show. You got your hands full? It's fine. They're constantly on tour across Amphoreus. Pulled by Jovises, their chariot echoes with enchanting melodies that travel far and wide. The orchestra is a beacon of joy, a dispeller of sorrow, bringing happiness wherever they go and lifting the burdens of worry from their hearts. I can hear the prelude to their performance now, so until next time, my friend. You came too late. Oh, wounds of plenty. You came too late. The blade of revenge has already carved out the heart of this gang. He strummed the melody of the sea, leaving the guards intoxicated in the wind. The maidservants dreamed of boundless riches and indulged themselves in the game of scarf competition. Even though I clutched my sword as I slept, I could not resist the frenzy in my heart. He appeared before me just like this, with a crowd of revelers following behind. The jesters clinked their goblets as if celebrating my execution. I offered no resistance and drank the honey brew he gifted me. How I wished it had been a cup of poison, so I would not have to feel the cold blade as it claimed my life. Alas, the dirge played for me was utterly dull, far less enchanting than the melodies Lady Hyslins played before the expedition began. Sophist of Gods. Allow me to tell you of a group of lunatics, disciples of deception. They were thieves who lived off debate, gambling with a single gold coin, and were eager to see who would cower away first. It's known to the mankind that Aquila reigns over the sky, while Phaedusa rules the seas. But they argued that the falling raindrops were the scattered scale powder of butterflies, and asleep a gentle caress from the death, or the whisper of the night. But they dared claim it was the gift of Zagreus. Blasphemous. How could they have named Kephal the father of the earth? They lobbied the city-states to smash the statues of butterflies, reshaping them into spiders. The sages were left speechless before these unreasonable scoundrels, their faces flushed with indignation, shouting and protesting in vain. The gods and their authority were reduced to mere props in their ridiculous performance. I'm getting lucky today. I had like 2 whole weeks of no action at all. It made me wonder if I was doing something wrong. Okay, this is making me think that they fixed a glitch or something. Because like, I am like 4 for 4 at this point. When I click a new equation, I get this. Or maybe I just haven't discovered any new equations. Anyways, Smiling Executioner. In the land where Talenton is revered, there lies a city-state named Litun Trato, where justice for crimes knows only 2 fates, innocence or annihilation. How harsh the law. Yet its execution is nothing short of dramatic. Perhaps it's because the citizens live their lives by the book, only to laugh heartily before they meet their end. The executioner dresses as a clown, entering the stage with a comical flair, as if he's not here to end your life, but to win your applause. His jokes are so hilarious that even those facing their final moments can't help but laugh aloud. As the prisoners' laughter echoes, their head suddenly rolls onto the ground, leaving their stiffened faces frozen in a joyful grin. So, tell me, is this executioner vicious or kind-hearted? But he simply wipes his blade clean and moves towards the next execution site. I always choose wealth and reward. Because I saw some people on TikTok, and I know I shouldn't take advice from people on TikTok, but I saw them always say that that's what they choose. Also, everyone chooses occurrence instead of combat, but I feel like combat is way faster. Maybe no one is autoing. Fowl hunting golden claw. When I was young, I once saw a mighty eagle. It flapped its wings, forged from steel and iron, and blanketed the sky. With eyes blazing with fury, it gazed upon the earth below. Its colossal claws, crafted from gold, gleamed like a second sun in the sky. Later, I learned that this eagle was the natural enemy of the cornal phoenix. In the twilight of my years, fate reunited me with the eagle. Once the sovereign of the skies, it lays helpless on the ground near death. Its wings were pierced with holes, its eyes dimmed, and even its golden claws were covered in the rust of time. It appeared that the century-long hunt had come to an end. As the mighty eagle succumbed to the relentless spawn of evil birds, as I stood there, mourning its fate, the eagle's body ignited in a fiery blaze, and from within that golden flame, a rejuvenated form emerged, spreading its wings with renewed vigor. I kinda hate the follow-up attack path. I don't know, maybe that's like an ignorant thing to say. Sure. I think this one is new. Sorry if I'm wrong. Fishing ceremony. You sit by the dam of the crystal sea.
A massive feathered whale traverses the material world's border, leaping out of the surface and swiftly crashing back into the scintillating crystal structure. Hundreds of thousands of anglers jostle about, their heads grappling at phase-shifting fishing rods and letting their bait sink into the crystalline depths. The Dignans use the angling to offer prayers to the Crystal Mother, and she gives everyone reciprocating rewards based on each other's will. After saying this, the High Priest hangs a piece of gold to the hook, casting it powerfully into the solid sea. Simply put, as long as you offer tribute, you can catch anything you want here, even fish. The guide irreverently translates. Actually, never mind. I think I already read this before. You tie your consciousness and the fishing line in your hand together. But also, I might have not read this. The High Priest says that this thread was crafted from the Crystal Mother's body. You hear an affectionate voice querying you from all around. The crystal uses its own body to nurture reality. What tribute do you intend to offer to sate the thirst of the transcendental world? Easy. You cast the heavy fishing hook, and it slowly penetrates into the crystal, sinking into a domain that I cannot fathom. Nice. One buried at sea. Burn my remains to ashes and put them in a bottle. Inscribe playful words upon it, then throw it into the sea. Shed no tears at my funeral, for Fejusa would only laugh at your grief. Don't blame my untimely demise, as I merely wish to get to my final resting place sooner. I rode the waves while I lived, and now in death I shall drift along with the ocean currents. My only concern is how to secure an audience with Fejosa. If I come empty-handed, they'll surely scorn me, but I was born with nothing, so there's nothing I can take with me. Luckily, I've crafted a brilliant joke, my masterpiece. I'll share it with Fejosa as a gift upon our meeting. If you see the waves whirring, it's a sign that they are pleased. That's beautiful. I always love, the creativity and the writing that goes into those. That one actually... Yeah, I've been thinking about death lately. I actually cried at work today. Not in front of people, obviously, just at my desk. But, yeah, thinking about death. I am nearing the end of this run. Sim Thanatos. And also, these ones aren't even new, but they're popping up with these, descriptions. I'm not sure if they do that every time now, or if, there legitimately was a glitch or something, and now they're just handing these to me. Anyways. Sim Thanatos. Let me tell you the story of cowards huddling together for warmth, whom I scorn. In life, countless doors open, each concealing an unknown landscape. But the last door is certain. It opens to fire and ashes. It reeks of decay. Though you dare not to approach, a relentless force behind you pushes you forward. You pretend to be calm but cannot suppress the fear inside. Faced with this internal conundrum, the weaklings scattered. They paraded in mourning clothes, persuading others to join their ranks. But what they joined was nothing more than a grand funeral. How ridiculous it is, rushing hand in hand towards the door of death. Yet the hand of Thanatos gently swept over, regardless of whether there were a million or just one. Let's go shopping. Let's go let me enhance. Let me use up my heat just in case. Oh yeah, I forgot. I have a curio that -1's my heat. So I'm fishing for 1 Harmony Blessing. So I can max out my, whatever that is. The one I like least, probably this one. Nope. This one. Sure. This one. Harmony Blessings are kind of rare, I feel. There we go. But yeah, I have no freaking clue how well my team is gonna do. But let me just film the beginning. Maybe it's super okay. Because what I did was I just kind of chose the ones that would give me more unlocked entries. If this is a really high quality run, it should be over in a matter of seconds. Okay, this is not a good quality run.
Usually, like, the
都
whole
有被风吹落的那一天。
first HP bar is like completely obliterated. Let me just do some damage first instead of just
远行，
ult spamming.
无赦。
Damn. Okay, yeah, this is not good. I will say my run wasn't terrible because it ended in like a minute. But yeah, it scared me because my only person that did any damage was frickin' Jinran, and I don't think I have him that
有些
well
能
built.
办，
So first this, thank God, I used up all of these in the planetary orb event. Next one. Okay. They don't show the new ones anymore. Next time I should do night. Yeah, I should keep doing night. Yeah, you can't read them here either. It's like the lore description. These, is this? And they don't show the new ones either here. I think the new one I got was for sure this like... This one? Old skin. Here, I put my blanket over the laptop. Why is it that the majority of intelligent species in the universe are primates? Whenever the periodical technology department meetings come to an end, Slechka would fall into a deep inferiority complex. She used injections of drugs to alter her external physical form, aiming for that of a human. Her breathing holes were covered with skin, and her organs and bones were forcibly stretched, but this endless pain allowed her to gain the appearance of a human. However, this new look of hers was unfortunately met with disdain and contempt. With Slechka's encouragement, an endless queue of sentient beings came forth to change their appearance so they could look more human. However, this was not because transforming into a human held any particular benefit to her. It was purely because she wanted more people to share this pain with her. That's freaky. I don't even think I read these, but to be honest, I wasn't keeping track of these like before. Another one that was new. Let me think. This one? Yeah, that one's new. I wish they had like the new thingy. This one was definitely new. What is that? Oh, I thought it killed that butt. The sleepless owl. Long ago, humans tried to map the vastness of Amphoreus with their steps, yet the speed of their gait was far too slow to capture the world's entire expanse. Seeking to break free from the constraints of gravity, Achilles' scholar, Ritzwer, crafted an iron bird that could fly by merely harnessing the brilliance of the Titans. The iron bird captured the landscape in its pupils with such precision that rivers and mountains were shrunk into maps on his desk. Before each flight, the scholars of Aquila would offer their devout praises, believing their faith would grant the iron bird greater speed and stability. Okay, I'm not going to read through all of these because that would take forever. But I'm just clicking on the interesting ones. Because I honestly missed reading all of these. Oops. I'll try to remember which ones are new next time. And there shouldn't be that many anymore. This. What's that? Oh, damn. Wait. There's primos for this? Okay. How did I gain another level? Okay. The fun part. What is that? Okay, never mind. When fate revealed guidance, who quietly follows seeking the gods' footprints? Do you still desire to reach the world's end? In the golden age before the black tide, find Janus's gates amidst the endless sea. Pass through them, and you can arrive at every nook of Amphoreus.
Only the most devout disciples can open them amidst turbulent seas. Fearless Akotos is the last warrior to complete this pilgrimage. According to legend, Janus graces his worship, granting him free passage through Amphoreus' skies as long as he does not venture into Akila's realm. Only the gods and the cities of the sky priests are worthy to share this view of the world. Regrettably, you can no longer see that worship. It was ripped apart in the Crisis War, becoming a meteor in the night sky, like a shattered pathway. Gate of Infinity, you stand closest to humanity's fate. You call people to your own foothold to build Genesopolis that connects all, the heart of the world through which all journeys must pass. Choose the path of virtue over vice, and open the doors of courage rather than cowardice. As people venture forward on these paths, guided by divine mandates, they craft legacies that will endure through the ages. The priest of Janus hums softly, invoking the blessings of the god. Fish from the seaside states, carrying the scent of the sea, pass through the gates. Northern beasts, stripped of their fur, are loaded onto ships with ice and snow. Janus, the people offer you flowers and milk, extolling your deeds with prosperity. Yet, eras of abundance can wither. When the skies start to dim, who else provides guidance for life? You witness the tireless messengers. They navigate the mirror-like paths, extolling the Titans by name. Their steps are as light as birds, conveying messages of life and death. The devoted kin who decided to give up their lives sever the ties of fate from the city-states about to fall, causing paths to crumble. As the mist ascends, even calamity finds itself adrift and directionless. The black tide and calamity are unstoppable. No one recalls the last time Janus descended, the last land shattered, the seas engulfed and divided. Only remnants of the earth remain, trampling humanity like caged beasts. Yet countless gates remain open to us, offering the last guidance to the world. Waltz of ocean and winds. The banquet will eventually come to an end, its melody echoing the waltz of ocean and winds, celebrating the countless pleasures of mortal life. Who raised the waves before Mnestia taught the disciples what art is? Who taught people to dance in joy and shout in excitement? Phaedrus spread the art of brewing to every inch of the land. Was it merely so that someone would join them in laughter at the banquet? They hide in their drinkers' cups, participating in the ritual made to them along with everyone else. They swallow expeditionary ships, inviting sailors to revel in their belly, and after the humans get drunk, the god spews them and the ships back onto the shore. Oh, Phaedrusa, wherever there is a banquet, there you'll be. Raise a glass and partake in the ritual. But the sea is never capricious. In their drunken whims, they have overturned warships and cast wanderers onto desolate islands. There are also those kins created in half-dreams, molded from coral, reefs, seaweed, and waves. Avast, the Titan has surely forgotten their existence by now. Some are taller than fortresses, some have 2 hearts and 9 heads, some have teeth that can shatter swords and tails that pierce stone. If not for the many heroes traveling the seas, who would know? Who knows how these creatures would wreak havoc? They sever the monsters' heads. The heroes, too, hold banquets on the boat, their feet tapping rhythms on the deck, accompanied by the spontaneous hums of bards and harpists. Thus Phaedrusa mingles among them. Schools of fish swim beneath the ships, and ocean kings board wooden vessels, bringing treasures and sheep to be slaughtered. Honey brew spills into the sea at feasts, inciting the Titan and fish alike to scramble for it. Sea breezes blow, and heroes stagger, complaining to the dazed waves. Phaedrusa, if not for you, where would all these sea monsters and troubles come from? Besides, those treasures were offering sacrifice to you before our journey. The drunken god stirs waves. Children of humanity, the sea will bless your voyage. So, even as the black tide swallows the world and the gods descend into madness, do not forget the banquet. Embark on your hero's journey with song and dance, and meet victory or doom the same way. And I don't have any more. I can't afford any more lures. Really quickly, because it's late, I'm tired. Genshin released 5.5. I promised my mom
I was asleep early tonight, and it's 40 minutes past my bedtime. So I just finished this. It's already Wednesday. I usually try to do this on Monday because it's not that big of a deal. I pretty much avoided, like, actually, I didn't get any new equations, so there's nothing new to read. So went by pretty fast. I just ordered it and played this freaking mobile game. It's like a matching game, but it's like with food and you make recipes, and it's super time gated. It's actually painful as fuck. They still don't have this thing where I can see which ones were new. Unfortunately, I think this one was new. I think this one was new now. Whatever. So lame. It should tell me which ones are new. And then whatever that is. Am I gonna be done with this soon? I don't know. Why didn't this... Oh, I see. Okay, the fun part. Benediction Condensation. The god of displacement and chaos. Exercise extreme caution around the god of displacement and chaos. Now that even they have fallen, stratagems pervade everywhere. Why did Zagreus disappear without a trace when no blade was thrust into their core flame? Could this be merely a ruse, a fake-out death to avoid the battles amongst the titans and the enroaching black tide, thus continuing to stir chaos amongst mortals? Their kin, the silver-tongued spirit thief Bartholo, still wanders. What secrets did the trickery titan confide to it before their fall? I'm gonna be real, I don't understand what I read. Nothing but falsehoods. Behold the thief's hand strewn across Amphoreus. Zagreus has embedded their soul within them. Gather all the limbs, piece them together, and resurrect Zagreus the 1,000 hands with 10 times the power of Aquila. Give me 100 gold coins, and the generous Bartholos will help you assemble them in the same place. Of course, if you refuse, I might just have to take the coins off you myself. In truth, the venerable Zagreus merely slumbers, and we all exist within their dream. Looking to claim the trickery titan's treasure? It's all stashed in the nether realm. Sacrifice your life, and in the domain of the Nados you'll find gold heavier than mountains. That elusive demigod is none other than Zagreus' incarnation. She proclaimed it in Dolos. Since Zagreus never lies, it must be true. Can we align our narratives? Annoyed, the spirit thief departs. Old Zagreus' secrets are hidden within their legendary tales. Legend has it that Zagreus' treasure was spirited away long ago, the thief accidentally killing a deity in his greed. Another tale contends that Zagreus never had any treasure, as they spent everything they obtained just as quickly. Legend has it that the fallen Zagreus hides in the baths of Okema, making it easier to steal honey brews from Phaedrus' disciples. Another tale claims that Nicodor's madness was caused by Zagreus' mischief. Really? I'm skeptical. Legend states that Zagreus' misdeeds could fill the seas. Legend admits these stories are spun by Zagreus himself. Cool. War that lost its glory. Let us revisit a war that lost its glory, scorned by Kremnons. Despite widespread criticism and defamation, Nicodor was not the mindless brute many portrayed. They held glory in higher esteem than victory itself. Consider barefoot Frio, who dashed from the coastal town of Silocosus, his feet as swift as the sea's waves blessed by Phaedrosa. He challenged Nicodor to a foot race, and his arrogance and pride quieted even the Titan. Nicodor laughed heartily and struck a deal. If Freddo reached Silocosus before their army, they would ensure peace for his homeland. Running is a grand competition.
The Strife Titan set off nonchalantly while Freddo drew his dagger and ended his life. His soul reached his homeland sooner than the Titan, as neighbors besieged his city and the River of Souls overflowed into the fields. Awed by humanity's courage, the Titan launched their spear, vanquishing the invaders. For the next century, no tyrants dared defy the sacred pact between mortal and god. When King Desos secretly brokered a ceasefire with Kaenor, only to betray them, leading his forces from Castrum Kremnos to their gates, Nikador unleashed divine fury on their own people for the first time. The Titan positioned at the heart of the conflict. Any soldier bold enough to cross the line would find his shield impossibly heavy, his blade shattering and corroding instantly. The Titan safeguarded the sanctity of combat. The Titan's kin dismantled Desos' chariot, strangling the king who disgraced warfare, turning his allies into a blood sacrifice, a stark warning and a ritual to end the conflict. War necessitates victory, yet victory isn't its sole objective. Nikador once upheld such order through intimidating force, fostering a fragile yet cherished peace. However, glory had long decayed. An eternal night shrouds the mortal realm, and the god now devoid of reason sees every life as an adversary. The defender of Amphoreus against the Black Tide eventually turned traitor and assistant to the Black Tide, igniting futile wars. Nikador, resilient as ever, did you ever anticipate such a disgraceful fall from grace?
Nothing much this week either, but let me pay my rewards and read some more. I raised my level by 3. Lullaby. Listen to a lullaby to return home about the journey to the afterlife. The tides of the River of Souls corrode ships, turn flesh to ash, and forbid mortal life. They follow death, flooding battlefields and wastelands, receding only after the deceased are ferried back to the realm of Thanatos. If you wish to meet Thanatos, this is where the journey begins. Endure the fading of memories. On either side of the shallows, you can see countless restless souls drift aimlessly. Some, having forgotten to bring the coin needed for the ferryman, are cursed to wander the shores for centuries. Others, burdened by unforgivable sins, groan in torment after their forms dissolve, awaiting the final judgment. There are also madmen abandoned by death, punished for deceiving the Titan, or cursed with immortality after diving into the river. These undying cursed souls linger on the river's edge, begging the god for mercy, waiting for the rare compassion of Thanatos. Ignore them, and you will encounter a butterfly, the messenger of Thanatos, guiding you toward the nether realm. Follow the butterfly's path. But beware of Zagrus and their kin. Apart from Thanatos, only they can roam freely in the realm of the dead. They delight in stealing from the dead. During the bloodiest years of the Chrysos War, gold coins hidden in the realm of death even clogged the River of Souls, causing the waters to overflow into the mortal world. Soldiers scrambled for the gold coins only to be consumed by the flooding river, leaving a grotesque chapter in history. When you reach the riverside, Thanatos will have been waiting with the longboat for ages. No one knows their true face, for those who do have already crossed into the afterlife. They may show as a dragon. They silently extend the hand of shadow, accept your payment, and pull you aboard before rowing the oars. From this point on, even bards speak vaguely. Some say the heroes gather in the realm of death to raise their glasses in celebration, while others say it is a lifeless place, adorned only with endless piles of bones. One way or another, you will catch the scent of flowers carried on the end of the west wind, feel the soul's rain cascade upon you, and finally, as a newborn, open your eyes and let out your first cry. Is that the end? I finished it.
guess that's it. But I'll wait until I think probably next patch, which should be in like, how many days? A week. New week. And I don't know why, really sometimes I randomly get the pop-up, but I got it this time, so... Hearthclay. Heed the advice of a poor old father. Even if you're coinless and at the end of your rope, never ever seek help from the Hearth clan. We were once a prestigious family in Genesopolis, though we were stripped of our honor and exiled because of a scandal. Now they claim to have received prophecies from both Janus and Onyx, vowing to assimilate everyone into their fold. An ordinary stove-boiled tea session has become an altar for sinister cult rituals. Each participant's experiences and emotions are now intertwined, encompassing both their darkest desires and noblest virtues. Worse still, they prey on the innocence of others, enticing them to join in. Oh, my poor, naive son, why did he run away from home and fall prey to their deceitful words? I pretty much just started. The last two they didn't get anything. I don't have any equations. Saying of Dying Sun. Let me tell you about a group of headless beasts, brigands scorned even by the savage god. The once noble Bolsa royal family, now stripped of dignity, watches their land get trampled and their kingdom fall to the dominion of the Kremnoan. The surviving warriors have transformed from protectors to predators, raiding and pillaging between cities. Their survival instincts have twisted and corrupted, turning necessity into a savage passion. The weapons once blessed by Aquila now gleam no more, degraded to mere rusting relics. In a fury of savage acts, they set fire to city-states as if by such vile means they could somehow reclaim the lost glory of their ancestors. I can't forgive the brutal slaughter on the burning fields I killed that despicable brute, but their companions only laughed in defiance. Maybe the true people of Bolsa are long gone, leaving only monsters in their skins to roam. Life-giving sculptor. Heliodicus, I hear your hoarse voice. It has been ages since you last visited your old friend, me, the aging Phais. Old scars from pitiable wars mean I can no longer see your face, but please believe me, the statue in my workshop captures your very essence more vividly than you yourself. The kids keep their distance from me, frightened by those mechanical statues. With a touch of paint and some skillful craftsmanship, they walk and talk and smile just like those fellows who died in the sea. Have I outdone those mechanics and sculptors now? If blessed by Diorios, I even feel that I could accomplish the incredible feat of recreating life and bringing them all back. Oh no, I think I feel like you're on my elbow. Okay, now at least I have some equations. I truly think there's like a glitch or something because some weeks I don't get anything and other weeks I do. And I'm clicking the ones that are new, so I know I'm not doing anything wrong. Anyways, Elegy Priest, would you believe it, passing friends? Just now I witnessed the demise of millennia. Travelers seeing dirges plucked a star from their clothes and planted a fragment of time in the soil as if sowing a seed. I saw the ruins of Styxia, kissed by the river of souls. I saw locusts consumed in a sea of flames. The fire devoured everything in its path. These events, once real and long past, were recorded by travelers and brought back before our eyes. I asked them why they came. The travelers revealed that they were plucking broken memories. The city has long been annihilated. As for us, we are merely souls under Onyx's miracle, the final elegy of farewell. I'm picking random. Sandscribe. My cousin Titanus is one of the chroniclers who watch over the hourglass. The fingers of time drew riverways, time flowing through them. The earth quietly stood by, bearing the weight of centuries. The chroniclers gathered grains of sand from the riverbank and put them in the hourglass. Each grain of sand would release a piece of history it bore. Once it was the short sword of Icarus, swept away by war.
eroded by the River of Souls, lost to the currents for a century. Once it was a statue of Epos, fallen into the abyss in the wake of conflict, brought ashore by the playful beasts of legend. A benediction from the earth and time enables us to read the past from the sand. They believe that as long as there are those who read the stories of Amphoreus, the world shall never perish. Whispering Woods, please listen to our story, a story about the last scholars of Vitus. Do not mock us for our cowardice, for before we fled, we too raised our weapons, but our mentor fell in a pool of blood over a scroll. Our brothers perished defending the city gates, their bodies never found. Don't look at us that way. It happened even before the Black Tide came. What's the difference? The Black Tide, the conflicts, and the city-states of the era Cresea. Extinct civilizations took stories with them, but knowledge endures. We swallowed the whispering words of Circes, our bones transformed into trees, our flesh into new leaves. The wisdom once nurtured by Vitus all bore fruit on our ranches. Pick this seed and let it sprout somewhere far away. 1,000 years from now, scholars will still uncover the proofs we have left behind. Archer of Recollections. A fraction of the golden blood that nourishes the earth belongs to Panterones, an unmatched archer whose arrows never miss. He could pierce the enemy general from a distance 10,000 steps away. In his hands, the shackles of memories were forged into sharp arrowheads, each one a testament to the immense weight of his life's journey, transforming into the roaring winds of arrows. He once ascended the peaks outside Ladon, standing alone against thousands of enemies. Witnesses described it not as arrows flying, but as a relentless downpour sweeping across the skies. To his fellow companions, he would use his bowstring as a lute, playing a solemn dirge that only heroes could appreciate. But he never truly learned from the memories he shouldered. As his arrows pointed skyward towards Aquila, his fate was already sealed. The final arrow pierced through heaven and earth, yet it ultimately met its demise in shatters. Team change, if you didn't notice. It is another week, and I'm super hungry. I need to go get dinner, or go make my dinner, make my lunch for tomorrow. And the thing is, I'm feeling kind of exhausted because I have so much to do, even though I only have 3 things to do. But the thing is, I finished my taxes 2 days before it was due. So this is 1 day before it's due, and I feel like I have 1-2 days where I'm free, where I have nothing to do because I saved myself 2 days of time because I would have been stressed out about doing my taxes for 2 days. Whatever. Erythrochromism. Foolish apprentices, stop your faulty reflections. Circe sows wisdom in the hearts of mortals, yet you attempt to harvest its fruits in your minds. Poor apprentices, put down your experimental tools. The gods have bestowed upon us the 5 senses. Why resort to external devices to discern the truth? Other schools' theories and means will only teach you how to discover knowledge, but erythrochromism will tell you that all this knowledge already dwells within the depths of your memory, merely awaiting your touch to pick them up. Discard all observation, extrapolation, and logic, and instead sense, hear, and imagine with your heart. Peel away the deceptive mask named materiality that shrouds the world, and let all things return to their truest form. Also, look at this cool room I'm in. This is the first time I've been in a room like this. And also, this is my first time using Castries because I haven't built her yet. And, I don't know if her technique is kind of like Jinyo's, and it is. That just clued me in, where it dissipates after some time. Book Weaving Divine Machine. Look, I've dug up a gear of the Book Weaving Divine Machine. My ancestors were fortunate enough to behold that magnificent machine, looming in the valley of the Pioli Mountains. It tirelessly copied knowledge for humanity day in and day out. Its towering bronze frame soared skyward, adorned with intricate gold threads. Pages cascaded down like a waterfall.
spreading the wisdom even to the remotest city-states. If the divine machine willed it, the books it produced could cover the earth. Alas, this shared treasure of all city-states was ruined by greed. Kings and lords all coveted it, even just a fragment. This mere gear is a piece of a shattered limb, torn apart by humanity. What are you saying? Okay. Oathkeeper. Hush, the Oathkeepers of Talenton are coming. May you have lived your life with integrity and never broken an oath, be it a deal with the workshop, an alliance with a neighboring land, a promise to the Titans, or a miracle prayed for in a temple. The believers of Talenton are everywhere. They are the wind, the shadows, and the shattered stone tablets. They defend all contracts of the world on behalf of the Titans. With daggers, they slay kings who betray allies. With an eagle's beak, they punish gamblers who deceive the Titans. With a rose, they wounded even the cunning Zagreus. Some claim the Oathkeepers are merely the priest's lies, but that is because one cannot see them until one dies. No matter how much you evade, they will always be waiting for you at the end. I forget which Titan Talenton is. I want to say it's the Death Titan, which is Castoreus, but I'm not sure. All hail Gold Castoreus. Oh my gosh, wait. How could I die? Sometimes I get them, sometimes I don't. But this time I got one. Dawn Troop. Do you remember that radiant troop? The sorrows and joys penned by the playwright Aeschylus. They are the most warrior-like among theater troops, always singing amidst the blazing fires of strife. They are the most priest-like among warriors, praising the peaks of Okema and the dawn that lights the mortal realm. The hero Korinchi rises, guarding his honor with his short sword. Aeacus' chariot crushes the usurper, heralding victory. The dispersed citizens gather, raising their weapons against calamity. Even the thieves of Dolos pause for them, venturing into ruins with bravery, saving lives like heroes. The legendary troop of all time may have faded, but I still glimpse them in my dreams, where they don the mask of Kefal, playing as the god that upholds the world. I wish I didn't overwrite it. I think it ruined it. I don't think I'm going to overwrite an equation ever again. Unless I forget. Orphan Care House. We deeply mourn the loss of Headmistress Cynthia, who passed away peacefully in her dream 3 nights ago. It's truly heartwarming to see that all the children return from all corners of the world to pay their respects. Those war orphans are now craftsmen, scholars, and artists. The story begins on the day the orphanage was founded. Amidst the war-torn chaos when blood and fire burned, Headmistress Cynthia brought love and beauty back to this world. She built a home on the island of Doria, warmly taking in like a mother every child forsaken by the gods. With bread and goat's milk, she filled their hungry bellies. With poetry and sports, she replaced killing, shaping them into healthy and proud individuals. Today, Headmistress Cynthia has transformed into a golden butterfly, ascending to the heavens, or, more fittingly, soaring into our hearts, igniting our passion to build even more havens of hope. Hearth Clan. Heed the advice of a poor old father. Even if you're coinless at the end of your rope, never ever seek help from the Hearth Clan. We were once a prestigious family in Janisopolis, but we were stripped of our honor and exiled because of a scandal. Now they claim to have received prophecies from both Janus and Oronix, bound to assimilate everyone into their fold. An ordinary stove-boiled tea session has become an altar for sinister cult rituals. Each participant's experiences and emotions are now intertwined, encompassing both their darkest desires and noblest virtues. Worse still, they prey on the innocence of others, enticing them to join in. Oh, my poor naive son, why did you run away from home and fall prey to their deceitful words? That worked out. Flame Chase Envoy. Let me tell you about a group of footless birds, the unkillable eagles of the battlefield. When the hero who ripped the skies and the demigod who brought the prophecy sent word, there was an unstoppable calamity and the courage to reshape the world. In the name of Empress Saridra, ancient messengers passed through Janus's gates. They traveled to Lidon, Handak, and every city-state, connecting the shattered lands and announcing the beginning of the flame chase. Then they were decapitated by the most foolish kings. They traveled to Icatus, Kadir, and every battlefield, bringing weapons to the heroes and messages to the wise, till the final god is slain, or till our very last drop of blood is shed.
Another week for Divergent Uni. Wilting patient. Be grateful for your healthy body, and may you be safe from disease. If you happen to encounter someone burdened with branch-like protrusions, do not approach rashly. The strange disease known as the Withering Curse is rampant in the city of Valvus. Some say the afflicted have received enlightenment from Circes, while others claim it was a miracle of the Thanatos. Yet the sufferers neither speak the truth nor show signs of life ebbing away. They merely gravitate toward each other like withered trees seeking to form a forest. No one can understand the whispers of the patients, just as no one can comprehend the murmurs of the forest breeze. You may wonder what meaning remains in an already withered life, but upon reflection, isn't your life and mine withering all the same? Yeah, I just started, and I hope this is gonna be easy. And did I even get an equation? Kind of. This one seems to be popular. I literally got the jackpot. I was gonna go to the bathroom, but I saw this and I came back right away. This never happens to me. Lazy finger joints. Even one as knowledgeable as you have likely never been to the decayed land of Casico. There, people lie bedridden year-round, their fingers being the only agile part of their bodies. With a finger's curl, fruit rolls through open windows to their bedsides. A quick clap summons honey brews brought by a thief's hand. Fruits are stolen from orchards up the mountain. Honey brews are pilfered from neighbors' cellars. A mystical well is said to bear Ziggurat's blessing, never runs dry, pouring forth nectar and wheat in endless supply. As a grandiose lie so outlandish that even the boldest liar wouldn't dare to tell. How blissful. You steal from me, I seize from you. Life is effortless, never requiring one to step outside. Casico has rotted through countless days and nights. There, even death requires no more than the snap of a finger. What does that mean? I'm really so lucky today. Grim Pilgrim. Beware of those fanatics, the monsters I caught a glimpse of on the trails of Hattusili. Their grimy daggers are smeared with foul blood, and their unsteady eyes reflect only a void. They are undoubtedly the unhallowed spawn of golden blood and dark mist, devoid of sanity since birth. Otherwise, how could they assemble in crowds sacrificing living beings to the realm of death? They falsely declare that the mortal realm has turned into a hellscape, dooming all to a life of unhappiness from the moment of birth. Our true sanctuary lies only in the land where flowers bloom at the end of the west wind. When the last living being cease to exist in this world, all souls will find, within the divine realm of death, a return to the endless golden age. I have no clue where they are now. Perhaps they've already set sail on their voyage to the nether realm. How did I get these? Usually I don't get these. And that. I'm so lucky. They must have changed something. I never even knew it was possible to get those blue things anymore because I don't get them anymore. Ominous flame spirit. Odressian is shrouded in crimson flames. No one knows the origin of these fiery spirits. At first, many dismiss them as just another of Zagreus' tricks, but amidst their confusion a relentless black tide sweeps in. Olanus, Icaria, Handak. Wherever these fiery spirits emerge, doom follows. Some say the flames are Thanatos' breath, while others believe they are feathers of Aquila. Yet the only thing for sure is that everyone flees from them in terror.
From city gates to baths, markets, and beyond, they leave their ominous mark everywhere, causing panic, screams, and chaos. The clock is ticking towards devastation. Scholars of the Grove of Epiphany are determined to unravel the mystery, but those fiery spirits vanish into thin air, leaving a puzzle unsolved. I'm just gonna go for that for completion. I feel like I'm getting a lot of new ones this time. Maybe also I usually go for combat, but occurrence actually gives like really good buffs, so I think that's gonna be the move from now on, if you're lucky. Okay, these are literally so fun. I don't know why I get a special one, but sure. Oh my gosh. Why? What the heck? Wait, I feel like I'm worse off. But, you know, at least I didn't lose any of my equations. I'm fucked up. New one. Home of Oaths. I don't think I'll have enough to expand this, but it's a pity that I cannot accompany you, my friend. We are about to eradicate that detestable group, a deranged cult that preys on children. They give each of the children a poem that glorifies a past entwined with inhuman torture. The child named Korinchi was forced to strangle a venomous snake at the age of 3, while Dekamos played the harp until her pinky snapped. To fulfill the delusions of the mad one, how many youths have been deprived of their lives, never becoming Korinchi, only to drown in despair? And how many are on their way to becoming them, until they fall from the peak of Mount Tilkoya? Even as we speak, the wicked rituals continue, all to recreate the legends of heroes with the same tragic past. And I'm at the end. I actually think like my buffs this time are really freaking good. So I have like high hopes. Whatever. I'm poor. It still hurts that I lost my enhanced 3-star blessing. That hurts the most. Okay, I just want to show a little bit how my buffs are working. I haven't been paying too much attention. But this time I've been choosing 9 because I think I have less of them. If it takes long, I'll just hop in the middle. Okay, never mind. New week for Divergent Uni. And I'm on a mission to grab as many as I can, many new games. I don't care if it works or not. Thief Musician. Spore, Propagation, and Elation. Don't blame me for being so harsh. Had it not been for those swindlers, how could we have been so wary? When the shadow of calamity descended upon the village, the minstrels came, singing and dancing. Cloaked in black satin, their beautiful faces carried a tinge of melancholy. They danced barefoot, their steps echoed in harmony with the harp and the drums. The young girls, irresistibly drawn, danced around the bonfire, while the young boys left their fields, gathering in a circle, shoulder to shoulder. They whispered sweet words to the minstrels, draped themselves in satin, and painted their faces with honey, crafting the same patterns. The music, the dance, and the sweet nothings bewitched their souls. The girls and boys followed the minstrels into the deep night, never to return. White Dryad. There is no need for words. Through the roots that connect our blood, your intent is already known to us. Before Kefal created humanity, the White Dryad had already spread across the world. Unlike your ignorant kind, our reason is deeply rooted in the earth. Wisdom flows among us like the morning dew. Though we may wither, our seeds carry the promise of renewal. We remember. Circe's taught us to unfurl our leaves to question our very being. The traveling scholars all fell silent by our questions. The first stage of the growth got their revelation from our whispers. So, are you seeking answers to the Godslayer's journey? Then just lend your ear and listen. Petals fall off, buried in the soil. Death nourishes new life. Failure is never the end. There's actually a new expansion. I did read a little bit about it, but I don't really think it's that significant of an expansion yet, because they didn't add these yet, so it's not the big expansion. Also, the last time I played this, I did get an equation, but when I was plugging in my iPad, I literally tapped it so that sorry, I'm distracted. I'm gonna do my favorite characters comp. That's also a little bit meta. What was he saying? Oh yeah, I clicked it and the description went away. It was so sad. It was also feature equation. I still think I have less mornings than I have nights. Upon obtaining this curio, immediately gain 5 random points or equations. When obtaining this curio or equations of 2, just do so. Okay. More equations. My favorite things are equations. And there's more equations now. Some more things to read. Laws arbitrators, hunt nihility. Unlike your idle songs, this is a serious matter, a matter of principle. Laws and rules have forged the foundation of Amphoreus, so it mustn't wave. Balance is the way all things work, so it mustn't be distorted. We replace the scales with 2 swords, punishing injustice in all forms. By the judgment of the City Alliance, we assume the duty left by God's fallen. You and I both know the accused is innocent, but innocence does not absolve him of consequence. Persuasion and reason may have their place, but judgment is no farce. We will hold no votes, no referendum, unlike the Citizens' Assembly. The stars and moon do not change their course for poetry, and the law sheds no tears for death. Begone. You are not the first to beg for mercy, and you will not be the last. Another one. Cleaner. Hunt harmony. Allow me to tell you an appealing tale of a hidden band. They were elusive assassins. Even Zagruz found them a mystery. When heroes stumbled into weariness, exposing their weaknesses, the hunters emerged from the shadows of statues. The daggers revealed, the throats pierced. Some said they were the kins of the Titans. It was a retaliation from the gods to heroes who dared turn their blades upon the divine. Some said they were the equalizers of the scale of justice, because the heroes traded their lives for the divine coursing. Others believed they were simply mortal beings. They brought swords and poisons to reclaim peace after these golden-blooded usurpers seized power. Always choose 6. That is not real advice, but just my opinion. What I was saying before is that they also have new appearances, like 13 of them, but they don't show you which ones are new. And also, I didn't know this, and I don't know how long this has existed, but there's like this guide/website/UI thingy, like officially Polyverses, where you can see all of the equations and pretty much everything for the simulated universe or the Divergent universe, and it even shows like what version they were added in. So I don't know if anyone's actually curious, that literally exists. Maybe if I remember, I'll link it, but I probably won't. Forbidden knowledge's martyr, erudition, destruction. Do you know that there's a group of unrecognized scholars beyond the Grove of Epiphany? They don't care about the inheritance of established knowledge. Instead, they focus solely on the mysterious, unexplored realms. They regard the pursuit of knowledge as an arduous odyssey, where they brave thorny paths and precariously walk tightropes. At every step, they endure immense suffering, and one misstep could spell their destruction. Whether it's unraveling the mystery of the golden blood, probing into the existence of the Titans, or even the dreaded black tide, became a distraction in their pursuit of knowledge. Such blasphemous endeavors will surely invite divine punishment and suffering. Nearly all scholars meet their untimely ends as soon as they make slight progress in their research, either being hunted down by Titan followers or dying in bizarre accidents. Yet they continue to plunge toward those eternally unsolvable answers like moths drawn to the flame. What the heck? Are these new? I cannot tell if these equations are new, because the last one I chose, like I literally looked on it and didn't have that little book thing. Whatever. Propagation, destruction, golden mysteries. I must accuse those fiends who deserve nothing less than eternal torment. The scoundrels who claim to be heirs of Nastia use forbidden rites to insult gold dust that defiled pure love. The stronger the wind, the farther it spread. I cannot erase the grotesque scene from my mind. Those confused youths fell in love with whatever appeared before their eyes. Some knelt, humbly begging an apple tree to love them forever. Others took their family in arms, incestuous thoughts growing in their minds. Those poor soulless beings, unable to labor or think anymore, only knew to profess their desire to everyone in sight. How pathetic. A city-state once blessed by the chrysalis of gold was destroyed in the very name of love. What the heck? I knew I would have the choice of two. Elation and harmony. Tearless garden. That's right, I'm the one tending this garden. A utopia where only carefree people can settle, a place where no one sheds tears. An isolated haven where the black tide and wars are thrown behind. Why dwell on disasters 100 years from now? Why fret over the troubles of future generations? We conventionally forget everything about Amphoreus. We sow seeds after a sound sleep, and when weary, we find a stone to sit on and chat. The remaining blessings of the Gate of Infinity protects its ramparts, and as long as people remain attached to this land, it will not fall. You say this is self-deception. Well, worry changes nothing. So why not make the most of our good years, shed our last tears, and gather by the bonfire to enjoy life's endless banquet? I liked that one, and I lost it. But I understand it. Loto-Phagesum, erudition and elation. Greetings, Bard. Would you like to join us? Ceres came to the world in the form of the tree, bearing her wisdom and its roots and fruits. What is healing and what is harm? Only the wise can tell the difference. The gods tempt the world with sweetness. Though necessary, it causes decay when taken in excess. They also test people with bitterness. To reach the truth, one must keep a balanced diet. Simple meals, though unsavory, make our bodies healthy, while indulgence and gluttony bring fleeting pleasure, but a lifetime in ruins. Dang, I need to like put that on my wall. While indulgence and gluttony bring fleeting pleasure, but a lifetime in ruins. A violation of the order of nature, the plants in the herb garden grow with sunlight and rain. So do we too, just like tender roots emerging from the soil. If we overtake, our roots will rot. That one I did not understand. Destruction and the hunt. Foolish child of golden blood. I hate those fools and detest the shameful tragedy of mankind turning their weapons against each other. The golden blood bestowed by the gods failed to revive the golden age, and supernatural strength is not a synonym for virtue. Greedy souls ultimately succumb to the power of bloodlines. I've witnessed armored warriors shattering city walls, robe-clad figures halting time, silent ones awakening molten lava, and the faceless ascending to the throne. The spears aimed at doom are turned against mankind themselves. Benedictions, far more precious than gold, are traded for glory, wealth, and power. People slay People slay neighboring generals to prove their strength, and destroy thriving city-states to uphold their fame. Clashes among gold and blood, wars fought over gold, and prophecies for the throne of worlds. How many conquests have commenced in your name? More. I have none of these. Whatever. I just choose the middle. When that happens, just why not? Oh yeah, my dad, he had a procedure today. It's called an angioplasty. And I'm getting texted about it. I think he's okay, but it's a low-risk procedure. But it's like, I hope he's okay afterwards, and I hope he can recover. Erudition, propagation, capricum. Don't run! Heliodicus? Perfect timing. Don't just stand there. Help me catch that chimera. It was obedient before, but ever since it tasted a snack from the Lotophagus, it's been restless. Watch out for its claws. It may look small, its claws are sharper than a laid-on spear. Oh, and I forgot to warn you, its tail has a trace amount of toxin. If it stings you, starting from the wound, your leg might go numb for a few days. I put a lot of effort into raising this little rascal. When I was guarding by the tree, I recited the name of Circes 1,000 times. Given my success in cultivating such a creature, I think the grove suits me better than the battlefield. Hey, didn't you want me to say something? Why are you leaving? And lost. And won. Hunter of monstrous beasts. Hunt erudition. Child, do the long ballads you sing speak of this heroine? The one beneath this gravestone. Her name is Cartites, a warrior of renown long before the heroes in the Flame Chase journey. There was the stone giant who once guarded the Golden Valley, forged of molten rock, embodying the rare fury of Georgios. There was the silver giant eagle that circled over Polis, its piercing cries shaking mortal hearts. She stood tall to fight these fearsome monsters even Aquila dared not challenge. She rerouted the rivers toward the valley, witnessed the giant's form cracked and crumbled as it cooled off in the rushing currents. She stood atop the windmill, used wind blades to tear the diving eagle apart, but now all people remember was her fall in the war against Idonia. Regrettably, they've forgotten that her name was once roared across the sea in the hunt for beasts 100 years ago. I don't know what it means, but the writing is so beautiful. Genuinely, it pains me when people, oh no, oops. It pains me when people shit all over Hoyubus' writing, because yes, I know it's like a drag to read sometimes, but it's so beautiful. Not the dialogue, but like the flavor text is so beautiful. Could be an award-winning novel for this. Harmony and propagation. Society of charity. Let me tell you the story of those who believed in universal love and cherished all beings. They walked every path paved by Janus. Along the way, they admired the mighty bodies of titans as much as the delicate antennae of ants. Even the stoic faces of Cremnoan warriors bear the imprint of their fiery kisses. Scholars of the Helcolithistic school argue that there was no love without reason, that humans were but clustered golden butterflies, their love driven by instinct. But ultimately, universal love was merely a fleeting interlude in the course of time. As once the flames of conflict raged, conquest remained the eternal theme. How could tender lips contend with the sharp edges of axes and swords? Still, they smiled. Having loved all beings in this world, they turned to kiss the black hand of Thanatos. Thanatos. Why did I lose that one? Disoriented hermit, harmony and nihility. Let me share a joke with you. It's Castini, the hilarious fool who dissects fate itself. This blessed one, with bright eyes, weaves one's destiny into myriad threads. The thread ball that points out directions rolls through the labyrinth of strife. One end leads to the faint light of survival, while the other is tightly tied with the lost soul in the black tide. When threads snap, they're rewoven, akin to a phoenix rising from the depths of despair. However, Talenton has already balanced life and death on a scale, as unyielding as the Empress's law. With each thread severing, a path and its choices disappear, blinding the guide and entangling the weaver until the only options left are death and loss. I'm not certain if this journey holds any true purpose, but, my friend, you stand as the 101st soul. I didn't get that one. Okay, we did okay, and I'm gonna trade my points and stuff.
有事吗？没事，我就走了。
So I got to level 48, 3 levels, and we got these. I think that is literally it, which is crazy.
So there's kind of like a new expansion for Divergent Uni, but it's just like continuing off the Protean hero. And I keep like plugging my iPad and then I accidentally tap, like this screen is too sensitive. But I have a new equation. Smiling executioner, elation and destruction. In the land where Talenton is revered, there lies a city-state named Lituntrato, where justice for crimes knows only two fates, innocence or annihilation. How harsh the law! Yet its execution is nothing short of dramatic. Perhaps it's because the citizens here live their lives by the book, only to laugh heartily before they meet their end. The executioner dresses as a clown, entering the stage with a comical flair, as if he's not here to end your life, but to win applause. His jokes are so hilarious that even those facing their final moments can't help but laugh aloud. As the prisoner's laughter echoes, their head suddenly rolls onto the ground, leaving their stiffened face frozen in a joyful grin. So tell me, is this executioner vicious or kind-hearted? But he simply wipes his blade clean and moves towards the next execution site. I pulled out the old handy doctor ratio team. I literally don't have any hunt characters I use, so he's useful in that sense. Round is over. I don't even think this was a good run, but whatever. I really hate how they don't show you the new curios you got in the menu. I think that would be so nice if they did that. Regardless. This is finished, and this is the new stuff that was released. Are they the same? No. They're different. Benedict Condensation. Golden Prophecy. Aronix sang a prophecy about gold, a prophecy that gilded the newborn world with prosperity. In that pastoral era Chrysaea, Aronix was the most overlooked of the gods. Their words were barely heard, and their altar was devoid of offerings and followers only accumulating dust. Because all of humanity's needs were met, there was no hunger, cold, or pain, and every day in the future would be as happy as today. Who would need prophecies then? In that era, the only thing humanity needed from Aronix might have been to gaze at the stars under the night sky, and Aronix was not angry about this, still lonely, continuing to prophesize. humanity's good days wouldn't last long. Conflict, accompanied by the sound of war drums, surged forward, followed closely by various schemes. All certainties were shattered. Those alive today could be dead tomorrow, regardless of whether you are a commoner or a king. Before the temple of Onyx, the ground was filled with worshippers seeking guidance, and one after another prophetic altars rose up, their number even surpassing that of the public baths at one point. In the darkest moments, the vulnerability of humanity was laid bare, but Onyx did not abandon these opportunistic people. Instead, Onyx patiently guided them. They allowed generals to grasp the roots of rebel attacks, and they enabled doctors to know the outbreak time of plagues. Under the protection of prophecy, people reignited their fighting spirit and struggled to keep life moving forward. Onyx is a good titan. Some deceive others under the banner of the Evernight Veil, the first of it being Zagrus. They once disguised themselves as Onyx, declaring that a great flood was about to engulf Icaria, causing the entire city to flee overnight. Similar tricks were played time and again, but most people still willingly fell for them, showing just how devout they were toward Onyx back then. That is, until Onyx could no longer bear it and only shared the prophecies with the senior priests, for only they could discern Onyx's true form. The earliest anti-fraud measure. From that point on, most people could no longer communicate directly with Onyx. The priests monopolized the right to converse with the divine, but fortunately, they remained dutiful enough to carry out Onyx's imposed obligations year after year. But if every path requires a god's light to illuminate it, how far can humanity truly advance? Should the day come when they abandon us, where would we turn then? Scale of Justice. Law that binds all things. Who was the one that enacted the laws that bound all things at the inception of primordial chaos and set order upon existence? In that repression that could even choke titans, space and time intertwined like fibers, with the newborn Amphoreus on the cusp of peril. Talenton, the calm and steady one, manifested as a scale that traversed the chaos. They called their sisters to embrace both sides of the scale, holding up time and space, and thus was the first law of the world proclaimed, that space and time be forever separate. From then on, space became a mountain, unmovable, allowing all things to reside within. Time became a river, tumbling forward, granting all things capable of change. A glorious achievement indeed. The work of world forging was far from complete, and Talenton works endlessly to formulate new laws. That which is heavy presses down, and what is light ascends. That which is hard offers firmness, while that which is soft remains brittle. The hot shines when the cold dims. This way, countless laws were placed on both sides of the scale to face harsh judgment before the scale of justice. It is with the support of these laws that the land, the sea, and the sky came to be. Even an insignificant grain of soil, a fleeting, tumbling wave, or an ephemeral gust of air bears Talenton's delicate balance. But rules are made to be broken. In the order and laws above all things, there is one essential maxim: all matters have a beginning as well as an end. Talenton knows that all things are born of destiny and are destined to return thusly as well. Hence, trees wither, rivers dry, and wailing gales will scatter. Even the primate of all intelligent beings, we humans loved by the gods, will depart for the netherworld after our death. But do not blame Talenton for their coldness. Go see the broken spine of the land, for that is the price to pay for the endless propagation of life. Balance sets the cycle of life in motion. May Talenton's scale be forever righteous, lust light and dark, lightness and heaviness, quickness and slowness, and even time and space themselves return to chaos. May all things follow their ordained laws and never defy the scale of justice, lest they face the severest judgments. I wonder if they give different endings, like, I just want to see. I don't think so. It doesn't. It's the same. Okay, it's just good to know. I'm glad it's the same actually, because otherwise it would be hard. Pillar of something. Most weighty thing. It is the most weighty thing in Amphoreus, carrying the growth of all things on its massive body. In the distant past of the primordial ages, for countless years, the formless and abstract fate moved alone, but in that ethereal and abstract world, no tangible things could be born. Thus, Janus created a mass of material that should not have existed in the void. Talenton molded it into a concrete shape, and Oronix gave it the ability to self-evolve. And so, Georios was born. The three fates placed it as the initial counterweight on one side of the balance, and finally, Amphoreus had stable matter. So that's how the land came to be. Originally, Georios wasn't as steady as they are now. Like all newborns, they were filled with curiosity about this world, and every time they explored beyond, tremendous earthquakes would plague the land. What the three Fate Sisters needed was a stable land, and so Talenton patiently instructed Georios to bury their impulses deep beneath the thickness of the crust. Georios followed Talenton's teachings diligently, slowly becoming steady and reserved. In the silence of the passing years, they grew thick layers of soil and towering mountains. Now, from a high vantage point, only the deep, unfathomable ravines remain, recording the mischievousness of Georios in their youth. They were pretty naughty as a kid. Bored and restless, Georios chose to fall into a deep sleep. The cold part of the air they exhaled condensed into dew as it rose. The dew fell back to the earth, eventually gathering in the sunken areas to form the Great Sea, which became Vajusa. The hot part of it rose to the top of the sky, and due to the obstruction of Veil of Evernight, the gas condensed into a giant bird with wings large enough to cover the earth. Aquila was also born. But Georios did not like their blood relatives. They constantly complained about the waves eroding the land and the hurricanes destroying the forests. However, the kind-hearted Georios did not resort to violence, but instead quietly grew new lands and forests. It might be a myth, but that's pretty romantic. Why is it that the range of human activity is mostly confined to the land? Even those who occasionally cross the oceans often meet their end at the bottom of the sea, not to mention the unreachable heights of the sky. It is because the sky is arrogant, the ocean is frolicsome, but only the earth is generous in nature, willing to accommodate the weakness and stupidity of man. Eye of Twilight. Giant bird that covers the land. When the phantom night of Oronix still dominated the sky, in the boundless Evernight, a giant bird whose wings could cover the land opened its eyes. Aquila sensed everything around them. They opened their first pair of eyes, but the dim world prevented them from seeing clearly. They opened their second pair of eyes, but darkness still enveloped everything. So they opened more eyes, on their head and wings. With each pair of eyes Aquila opened, the worlds became a little clearer. Finally, when they opened the 100th pair of eyes, Aquila could at last see the world they inhabited. When Aquila saw the world clearly, the world was also within their eyes. From their eyes came a blazing and absolute light, outshining the veil of Evernight and the stars embedded upon it. The night was over, and the earth welcomed the first ray of sunlight since the birth of the world. Praise the sun. Day granted them radiant eyes. Aquila established their divine realm at the border of Amphoreus. The short feathers on their wings became the glow and flames in the sky. The long feathers were fashioned into thunder and lightning. Clouds were Aquila's first Titan kins. They took the white from their own eyes to create clouds. These kins forever flowed around their master, but they cherished freedom and are naturally carefree, thus easily indulging in pleasure. Sometimes the clouds could be tricked by Vajusa into drinking vintage wine, thus wetting Aquila's feathers. The angry Aquila would then shake their body, casting the wet feathers into the clouds and summoning thunderstorms.
But some poets claim this happened because Medusa secretly encouraged the clouds to tickle Achilles' nose, causing them to constantly sneeze in the sky. Their every movement affects the weather. When the children of humanity first descended to the world, they looked up, yet lost their sight to Achilles' piercing gaze. And the divine light emanating from their eyes was so scorching that the earth melted into magma, and plants were charred black from the heat. Achilles circled across the sky, hearing the countless pleas rising from below. Moved by a tinge of compassion, they slowly closed one pair of eyes. At that moment, the waiting grew a little fainter, so Achilles closed another pair of eyes. And so this continued until Achilles left only a pair of eyes open. The voices of the people turned to praises and cheers. As they say, heed the needs of the people. And so Achilles received their revelation to create a new Titankin with only a single pair of eyes. Bow of Rift. Praise their wisdom. Countless people praised Ceres' wisdom. They spread their branches and scattered their leaves, letting the roots of reason settle within Georios' body. Birds briefly veer away from the clouds, meticulously engraved by Achilles, swooping down to seize branches glistening with the dew of wisdom. Beasts too indulge in rare respite, flaring their nostrils to drink deeply of the forest's awakening breath. Vibrant colors and vivid movements fill the space between heaven and earth. Those blessed by them prosper and multiply, gathering those golden fruits of their source and presenting them to the wisest scholars in their midst. This is the fruit of wisdom. However, not all Titans welcome Ceres' spring descending upon the world. The hand of shadow from the river of souls had already crawled up its roots. Thanatos declared with conviction, "Fresh flowers cannot bloom eternal, and eventually they will wilt and become dust and ash. Giant trees cannot stand eternal, and eventually they will decay and become withered woods. This is the only way. This is how the world survives without being consumed by the endless growth of vegetation." Ceres naturally wasn't rageful. The flowers of reason would never wither. "Then all flowers shall rot into mire, all mighty trees wither to barren husks. Every plant upon this earth shall tremble before the death bestowed by Thanatos through decay." It sounds pretty sensible. However, if all the silt and withered branches are cast into the river of souls, the rivers would eventually become clogged and cease to flow. Should this happen, other living beings would be unable to meet their fated end. The hand of shadow paused, their arrogance tempered only by reason's whisper. Thus a covenant was forged. All fallen flora would return to Ceres. They opened their arms to reclaim their lost children and sank into a mournful slumber. But the Reaper did not know Ceres had already murmured to the earth, transmuting decay into nourishment for new life. An impressive demonstration of feigned retreat. Thus, in Era Creatura, the land became Ceres' garden. Later, after a long time, with the arrival of Era Chrysaea, mankind established a new citadel on the earth, and this stalled the expansion of that lushness slightly. Three more. It's because I didn't do last times, that's why I'm having double this time. But so far, I've been able to understand everything. Maybe because I'm not that sleepy. Giant's March. Ancient songs passed down through generations tell of that distant past, the march of the giant Kepha. It is said that the giant was born from the conflict of day and night, and though they accepted their burden without complaint, when they gazed upon the world they found it desolate. The vast expanse of heaven and earth lacked the vibrant pulse of existence. Kepha, omniscient, understood in an instant, the world was missing life. And so, with great strides, the giant set forth, bound to seek the footprints of life. Life is organic. To search every corner of the world, the giant followed the coastline. Their massive feet sank into the wet sand, sending mud flying in all directions. Mud that splashed into the sea became swimming fish. Mud that struck the land turned into roaming beasts. Mud flung into the sky, dried by the sun, transforming into soaring birds. The creatures born of the mud splashed in the waves, cried out from the earth, and called to their creator. But the giant walked too fast to hear them, leaving them far behind. Kefel never stopped. With each step, the scale on their back shifted, exchanging day for night and night for day. They never paused, as if the moment they did, they would lose sight of the perfect life they saw. Maybe they should speed up. The giant walked for an unfathomable length of time, wishing to grant them a moment's rest. The three Fate sisters gently draped the veil of night over their eyes, tricking them into believing that night had truly fallen. Kefel then set down the scales, lay upon Amphoreus' spine, and drifted into a brief slumber. As they slept, a single strand of their hair fell onto a stone, but because the giant continued to ponder the essence of life even in dreams, that strand of the hair took root and grew into a mighty tree. The tree sprouted with astonishing speed, and from it, wisdom and reason were born. Wherever its branches reached, the land blossomed with countless flowers, and even the creatures formed from mud were touched by its essence, gaining a spark of spirit. The emergence of wisdom. When the giant Kefel awoke from their slumber, the world had changed beyond recognition. Living beings gathered around the sacred tree and their creator, offering things for the gift of life. But the giant was bewildered, unaware that this flourishing world had sprung from their own unintentional act. Perhaps this was the one truth they could never fully comprehend. Platinum Prophecy. Onyx proclaimed a prophecy concerning platinum. This revelation brought a turning point to the turbulent world. The first was I've been reading for so long. The first was the destruction of Pompeii, a prosperous city that stood on the western side of the continent. The buildings were built from sturdy granite stones, but they fell into the abyss in an instant. It said that the people of the city defiled the land, provoking the wrath of Amphoreus. The gentle Titan, in a rare fury, tore open their own chest and swallowed the entire city, every soul within. The earthquake's devastation was so absolute that Pompeii left no relics behind. Only a few devout followers of Onyx, who heeded the prophecy and fled beforehand, allowed later generations to learn the details of the catastrophe. Titan's mights are so overwhelming. Yet some doubt this prophecy. After all, only a handful of believers received the divine revelation, leaving room for deception. But the next prophecy was undeniable, known to all in Amphoreus without exception. At that time, Castrum Kremnos prepared to annex its neighboring smaller city. Onyx delivered a divine decree, foretelling the campaign's failure, and declaring the general of Kremnos would meet its end at Clear Spring Gorge's narrow pass, doomed to fall from his steed to the cliffs below. The small city's morale soared, and they ultimately used the narrow terrain to achieve a victory against the overwhelming number of invaders, thwarting Kremnos' invasion. And just as the prophecy foretold, Kremnos' general met his destined end. The war forced even those who once doubted Onyx to believe, for no one could halt Nicodor's conquest, yet not even this god of war could defy Onyx's prophecy. Damn. Even Nicodor was humbled. Of all Onyx's prophecies, only one remains unfulfilled, and that is the foretelling of Amphoreus' ultimate fate. I don't think we've heard the prophecy before. Maybe we've just assumed the prophecy. Yet the prophecy's exact contents remain fiercely guarded by the priests, spawning countless conspiracy theories. Some claim the Chrysos heir will bring eternal peace, while others insist the Black Tide will ultimately devour all. Though the priests deny every rumor, insisting Onyx never delivered a definitive verdict, whispers continue to multiply, carried by the wind like scattered leaves. I'm curious about the prophecy too. Whether the priests deliberately conceal it or not, their approach may be wise. For mortals, knowing the world's truth too soon is never a blessing. After all, even if tomorrow brought the world's end, we could change nothing. It would only multiply our despair. So living for today remains the wisest answer. Okay, yay.
I also got the profile picture last time. It was this one. And these don't have lore, thank God. I did get a new curio. It was this heart stamp. It was very cute. Love Seeking Golden Dart. Honestly, I haven't read any of this, so... where's the regular curios? This one. I got, like... this one, maybe? No, I got two, like, 2-star rated ones that I never received before. This one. Good luck, cookie. And door's other side. And some for here, I think. Maybe it goes in order. Who knows? I don't know. It is a new week. And I'm gonna see if I can find anything today. We're just gonna go random, but already we're on a roll. Brewer of bitter memories, remembrance, and elation. Oh, weary traveler, come take a sip of this mellow honey brew. Its bounty rivals Fejusa's finest hoard, so enchanting that even Zagroos would drop their tricks just to catch its scent. In return, all I seek is for you to share your tales from the road. What heart-wrenching tales and scenes have you encountered on your journey? Don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of tragedies. I hail from the tavern of Mythenis, where impassioned melodies echo day and night. My nectar, however, is not crafted from ordinary grain. It's forged from the countless sorrows of the world, each drop a testament to human suffering. In search of ingredients for my brew, I've journeyed to this desolate land, soaking in the bittersweet tapestry of human life and the mournful echoes of countless souls. Take your seat, let's drink and chat. Since life is a tapestry woven with sorrow, let's drown in this nectar until the break of dawn. I think that one was kind of boring. But it was only a 4-star equation, so... let's see... Hello? Wait, there wasn't even a loading screen. It literally just won't give me one. Hold on. Okay, this is the dream team. Just because of the weakness of the final boss. Oh, okay. Well, not ideal. Okay, hopefully I don't tap this. Oathkeeper, Remembrance and Hunt. Hush, the Oathkeepers of Talenton are coming. May you have lived your life with integrity and never broken an oath, be it a deal with the workshop, an alliance with a neighboring land, a promise to the Titans, or a miracle prayed for in a temple. The believers of Talenton are everywhere. They are in the wind, the shadows, and the shattered stone tablets. They defend all contracts of the world on behalf of the Titans. With daggers, they slay kings who betray allies. With an eagle's beak, they punish gamblers who deceive the Titans. With a rose, they wounded even the cunning Zagroos. Some claim the Oathkeepers are merely the priest's lies, but that is because one cannot see them until one dies. No matter how much you evade, they will always be waiting for you at the end. And a new one. That one wasn't a new one, but sometimes the descriptor pops up anyway. Joy Spring Fount. Remembrance and Elation. Have a sip of the sweet spring water, for it is the heir of Chrysea's legacy. Beautiful ancient memories moisten your lips and vitalize your heart.
an era where joy grew thicker than Droma's fur, forcing humans to bury excess bliss in underground springs. But who could have imagined that the black tide would come drowning humanity? Only these waters stream on peacefully year after year. Now that the sealed history has been brought back to light accidentally, the golden liquid euphoria geysers, drenching its surrounding in unparalleled ecstasy. Sip lightly, however, and save your thirst. There are darker days ahead when you'll thirst for it again. Okay, moving on. Okay, I would like to choose the middle, but we're gonna do this for curiosity. Memory, seed cultivator, propagation, and remembrance. Welcome to my seed greenhouse, honored first visitor. As you can see, there's no soil or seedlings here. Those mundane tasks are left to the followers of Giorios. My role is to nurture the seeds of memories, ensuring their regular and orderly growth. Look at that pink one. It's the dream of a young girl becoming a dancer. Born into a political dynasty, her fate seems sealed, far from the stage's embrace. Yet within my incubator, she's dancing gracefully. One day, the girl will come here to collect her memory. Trust me, they'll be more vivid than her real-life experiences. Look at the blue one. It holds the dream of an adventurer. The golden one embodies the dream of a general. As for those gray ones, they're mere remnants of failed experiments. I usually never record this animation. This season it seems to be on an extra season. I'm gonna read these now. Scale of Justice. Crit damage. Law that binds human morals. Who, at the dawn of wisdom's awakening, decreed the morals that bind our deeds, letting ethics illuminate human hearts? Humanity's opinion of Talenton is complicated. They aren't universally beloved like the beautiful Nestia or wise Circes, but they also aren't disdained like treacherous Sigurds. Because fairness is but a neutral term, and it goes against the instincts of a person far too often. In the narrow morality that rules humanity, fairness means to give and receive in return, getting rewarded for doing good, being punished for doing wrong. But to Talenton, the only means of judging fairness is by weighing both sides of the scales and see which rises and which falls. This seems a bit sloppy. Since the first conflict among humankind, countless civilized city-states have fallen to barbarian hordes, and noble heroes met their end by schemers' hands, yet none of this could tip the scales of cosmic justice. For in Talenton's eyes, these were but mortal games, yet should humanity cross the line, their judgment would strike like thunder. Take the tale of the Kingslayer, the guard captain who assassinated a tyrant king on a moonless night, only to drop dead himself when the deed was done. For he betrayed his oath of loyalty to protect his lord. Even should a flower of righteousness bloom for him, he must still taste the fruit of atonement. I understand this kind of impartiality. This merciless verdict sparked outrage. Crowds flooded Talenton's temple, shouting demands for the Kingslayer's vindication. Would Talenton heed them? To this implacable titan, the Kingslayer was merely a weight that disturbed the scales, and the protesters' cries could never ripple the balance. Perhaps these very protests were themselves but another counterweight on the scales of balance. All is within Talenton's considerations. How could the lowly intellect of a human ever grasp what Talenton is thinking? One must believe in that judgment of the scale of justice, for it never leans toward any side. May humanity remember divine retribution, restrain their inner desires and defiance, and willingly walk the straight path of morality and law. I like that one. I think he's my favorite Titan. Maybe Cersei's as well, but only because of Inoxa. She was kind of annoying in the story. Most stubborn thing. They are Amphoreus' most obstinate creation, wielding endless patience to intricately sculpt the world in all its facets. Georios is the original craftsman. Every manner of strange rock, mountain dweller, and dromus are works of their creation, yet they cannot be considered the best crafter, for their works lack any semblance of finesse. All the divines mock Georios' creations for amusement, and even Zagrus was too slothful to steal from them. Monastia kindly offered to teach them the delicate lines and vibrant colors, but Georios waved it off with their big hand, claiming they had no interest. Fejusa loved to tease the earnest Georios. Sometimes before the clay sculptures were fully hardened, a sudden downpour would smash down without warning, turning Georios' hard work into a puddle of mud. Fejusa did go a little too far here. It was rare for Georios to lose their temper. They piled the lump of mud at the river mouth in protest, but unexpectedly it brought fertile land to the people. This small dispute had another consequence. Whenever heavy rain came, the land animals would give up hunting and resting, scattering in all directions in search of shelter from the rain. Perhaps even till the very present, they remained fearful of being turned to mud and mire by Fejusa. May we sleep soundly on every rain-sodden night. Aquila saw the land filled with vitality and noticed their own kingdom of sky was empty and cold, and thus decided to learn from Georios and forge creations of their own. But the sky was devoid of mud, and Aquila was hollow of patience, so they could only knead balls of air to create regular clouds. Aquila quickly lost interest in these creations and allowed them to float as they will in the sky. But Georios found himself interested in these clouds, and sometimes shakes hands with them. Thus we see a mingling of mountains and clouds. Georios actually does know how to appreciate beauty. I wandered the world and saw countless sights. The vast plains were Georios' chests, and the majestic mountain were their arms. May our pillar of stone know eternal slumber, and may the soil beneath our feet remain ever firm. Georios is nice, but they're boring. I have Twilight. Wisdom that crosses the ocean. When the leader of Kadir encountered that towering sun-like figure in his dream, he did not yet realize that he was about to be granted the wisdom to cross the ocean. Long ago, in Fejusa's most unrestrained era, even the greatest coastal city-states could only pray not to attract their fickle favor. Just as the leader of Kadir led his people to toil day and night, hauling stone and fortifying the dikes, all in the hope that their home would not be destroyed in one of the sea gods' wild revels. But the world is fickle, and fate seldom favors human effort. Instead, their toil only amused Fejusa, who, in their playful whim, raised towering waves and swept the dikes away. The second time, the leader carved deep trenches along the shore, hoping to halt the advance of the waves, but Fejusa's power filled the ravines and surged onto the beach once more. Humans are powerless against the gods. Twice defeated, the leader was consumed by sorrow and fury. He roared at the sea, condemning the injustice of this one-sided struggle. Fejusa was not angered by his outburst. Taking the form of a great whale, they appeared by the shore and spoke to the people. If the people could cross the sea and reach a distant island within 7 days, they would cease their disturbances and even bestow upon them Fejusa's treasures. But if they failed, the coastline will be swallowed by the ocean forever. With that, the great whale vanished into the depths. The leader pondered for 5 days and nights, but could find no way to cross the sea. That night, in his dreams, he saw a figure as radiant as the sun, Aquila. Aquila told him that by binding sturdy branches together with vines, they could cross the sea. At dawn, the leader gathered his people and set to work, lashing branches into rafts. On the morning of the 7th day, under the watchful eyes of his people, the leader embarked on his journey across the sea. A brave journey. At last, the leader reached the island. But Feruza, realizing they had borrowed divine wisdom, declared that they would flood Kadir's land with seawater. At this moment of crisis, Aquila appeared once more to intervene. If you must flood their land, do not use seawater. Use the honeyed brew that is your pride and honor instead. This is divine wisdom? Feruza, pleased by the flattery and amused by the clever words, was instantly satisfied. From that day on, the warriors of the coast mastered the art of fermenting drinks and, before setting sail, would offer their respects to the sky. What a save. Okay, I've been playing Divergent Universe, but I haven't been collecting my reward for I think 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Mostly because I just didn't feel like, I don't know, going through all of this. But there's quite a bit of story lore that I have not gotten to yet. Or maybe not that many, maybe like 3 or 4. Vow of Rift. All lamented Cersei's indifference. When Nestia offered fervent love, they sealed that passion within the amber of rejection. Yet love and romance, unrestrained, burst forth like springs, flooding the fields as golden wings. Nestia's butterflies soared to Amphoreus' farthest reaches, even to realms beyond divine sight. Like bees collecting nectar, the wings of love sought rare gifts for the Titan dwelling within the sacred tree. There were emerald fruits nourished by the first dewdrops of dawn from the tallest olive tree in Stymphalia. Also, colorful giant clams that even the bravest, most broad-chested divers of Miletus cannot harvest, with pearls dark as night shimmering within. Even from the seemingly primeval worthiness, they gathered several amusing tales and countless others beyond these. A black pearl as if a profound companion. But Cersei did not respond to such devotion. After all, even reason cannot fully deconstruct love into logic and philosophical thought. Like a stubborn stone unmoved by wind, erosion, or scorching sun, they sealed off their senses. They hid within the sacred tree, concealing all signs of vibrant life. Even flowers grew shy in their presence, curling their leaves at the slightest touch. Then winter came to the world, and the earth lost its vibrant greenery as everything turned pale and weary. Aquila, attempting to awaken the slumbering Cersei, sent down snow and hail, but received not even the faintest response. Such things are unfruitful. Love is as cold as winter. In the end, it was still the devoted Nestia who approached, wings alighted upon the sacred tree, whispering to their beloved within through the sounds of their fluttering. However, the sacred tree exuded golden sap, encasing the wings within it. Nestia's butterflies fell to the ground, covered by fallen leaves and sand, layer upon layer until they sank to the core of the earth. This was the amber of rejected love, burying everything in the forgotten depths of the earth. The wings of love are ever so easy to break. From another perspective, they're technically all condensed together. Hearing of such a sorrowful past, the later children of humanity would pick up a fallen red blossom when contemplating love. Anxiously, they would pray for Cersei's mercy, plucking petals one by one, deeply fearing that the amber of rejection would seal them in an abyss of hopelessness. Throne of Worlds. Giant's Mission. Ancient songs passed down through generations tell of distant past the mission of the giant Kefal. The creations of the gods filled Kefal with joy, and the world thrived with newfound vitality. Yet despite this, the giant remained unsatisfied. These beings, for all their beauty, still lack our wisdom. In time, they will crumble into dust. And so Kefal pondered deeply, until in a single moment of revelation, they understood their true purpose. I shall make them in my image, that they may bear the spirit of all things.
humanity shall bear the spirit of all things. The giant sought out the ruler of the sky, speaking with humble words. Your gaze is piercing and shines upon all the world. I hope that my creations may receive your blessing, so they may walk freely beneath the light of day. Aquila smiled and readily agreed, yet the god of the starry night frowned, turning away in displeasure. Please do not be angered. When the stars rise, my creations will need your protection, so they may rest in peace. Hearing this, Aronix reconsidered, and at last granted their blessing as well. That's really tactful. The giant bent down once more and awakened the earth. Their creations would take the form of Georius' divine body. Then the giant sought out Circes, asking them to pluck the fruit of wisdom and grant their creations the gifts of reason and thought. The god born of the sacred tree had no reason to refuse, and even brought forth the curious Menestia. The goddess of love then flew to the mud figures, brushing their wings over their creations' eyes and gently touching their chests, so that their eyes might perceive beauty and their hearts might speak the words of love. Everything was prepared, yet the giant had not yet given their own blessing. So Kefel cut open their own arm, and golden blood flowed forth. This divine Ichor bestowed true life upon the creations. Thus, the first children of humanity came into being. Congratulations! Humanity, newly created, gathered at the feet of the giant Kefel and built a great city. And this city, founded beneath the giant, would one day be known as the holy city of Okema. That's very Greek. Feel of Evernight. Lead and steel prophecy. Aronix murmured a prophecy of lead and steel. This revelation deepened the confusion of a fallen world. Now that Aronix has turned wordless and deafened, hearing no prayers, speaking no revelations, no matter how fervently the priests plead, they keep silent. Only the echoes of human voices remain in the hollow temple halls. The signs of Aronix's withdrawal were there from the beginning. At first, their prophecies grew increasingly vague, reduced to cryptic fragments that even the seasoned priests struggled to decipher. Later, the intervals between prophecies stretched longer. Years of desperate waiting might yield only a handful of broken phrases. Something must have happened. Priests and scholars argue endlessly regarding Aronix's silence. One hypothesis claims Aronix exhausted their divine power by delivering too many prophecies in the past, and that once restored, their voice will return. Another conjecture is that the priests deliberately severed the communication between Aronix and mortals with the intention of consolidating power in their own hands. No matter how many absurd hypotheses arose, Aronix responded with silence. In this way, mortals were truly pitiful. Without the guidance of the Titans, they could not unify their opinions. Humans are simply accustomed to relying on the Titans. When the last priest who communicated directly with Aronix passed away, those great prophecies became distant legends passed down from generation to generation in Amphoreus. Future generations could only glimpse the power of this Titan from the remaining divine miracles and obtain a small, pitiful revelation from the dreamlike whispers. Don't worry about the truth of the revelation. As long as they allow the helpless to sleep peacefully in the night, it is enough to be of help. It mainly serves as psychological comfort. Look up at the deep night. The dim stars offer no guidance, and all that responds to us is the silent darkness, as if this Titan no longer exists in the world. Only those chosen by the prophecy can hear whimpers of sound from the ancient west wind that has blown for millennia. Law that binds divine gods. Who, as the scales began to tilt, invoked the spells that bound the Titans, restoring balance to the earth. Zagreus once pleased every Titan, except Talenton, who feared even their laughter might tremble the scales. The mischievous Zagreus hatched a plan. In the darkest hour before dawn, they stole the scales, toying with them as they flew west, all because they loathed Talenton's perpetual sternness. That day, all who looked up saw a colossal shooting star. Where it passed, giant trees floated midair, rivers flooded fields, and theft ran rampant through cities.
balance is broken. Talenton's wrath alarmed even the gods. Medusa themselves stifled their laughter, and the sea lay still as polished glass. The gods united to reclaim the scales. Georios raised mountains with outstretched arms to block Zagreus' path, while Aquila unveiled 100 eyes to illuminate the earth, leaving Zagreus nowhere to hide. Even Nigador finally drew their spear, pressing it to Zagreus' throat until the scales were surrendered. Yet Talenton would never spare such a rogue, and so a new law was forged. Every thief would, in the end, lose all they had stolen. From winning everything to having nothing. Oh, Zagreus, pitiable yet detestable. They can only ceaselessly steal and constantly lose. Such is an endless cycle. And the ones that believe in them in mortal realms are also afflicted by this curse, coursing through them like a snake's poison. There's no more hope of absolution for their like. Every thief is cursing Talenton, cursing that scale. It's pretty rough being a thief. Thank Talenton, they forged an unbreakable shackle for the trickery titan and terrified every deceitful thief. But did they know from this countless enemies would arise, that their scales would become every thief's coveted prize? That one kinda hits hard after, what's her name? Oh my gosh. Fuck, I forgot her name. My bad. Cypher's quest and the sacrifice Zagreus made. I think he's dead too. I think the Titan is dead. Okay, I finished mine yesterday, but I'm collecting it now. Let's read through. Most gentle thing. They were the most gentle being of Amphoreus, using priceless revelations to save fallen humanity. After the era Chrysaea ended, many city-states fell into darkness. People could no longer enjoy endless supplies of food and were forced to revert to a hunter-gatherer lifestyle. However, the excessive population had already filled every corner of the land. The exploitative way of taking from nature had overwhelmed the ecosystem, and countless people fought each other out of hunger. Terrifying tragedies occurred every day. Enraged by humanity's greed, Circes commanded all plants to wilt. Just as mortals believed the Titans had forsaken them, Georios once again revealed their boundless compassion. Georios, seriously, I'm literally in tears. What a good guy. Georios pleaded with Circes and struck a covenant. Spring would return to the land if humans overcame their avarice. So Georios sought to their own kin, a mole. It stole the last apple from the people's sack, and the hungry masses chased this mole to a valley. They saw a golden wheat field where the moles would burrow into the soil, making the ground soft and suitable for farming. This was a trial set by the two titans for humanity. If they collected the seeds and grew their own food through farming, Circes would forgive their past transgressions. On the contrary, if they devoured all the food in the wheat field, humanity would face extinction, even though they were Kebal's creation. Well, humanity's still here, so the outcome can't be that bad. Georios' priests mimicked the moles, tilling the soil to bury the first handful of wheat seeds. Under Circes' blessing, dense ears of wheat sprouted forth from the soil, and spring returned to Amphoreus. Humans learned to reap subsistence through toil. Where the first seeds were sown, they raised Georios' sanctuary, offering the inaugural wheat harvested during the month of reaping to the merciful Titan. They truly are merciful. Now Georios has sunken into eternal slumber. They can no longer see the land and people they once saved. But those patches of golden wheat fields and those tight bundles of harvest and smiling, satisfied faces are the best means of comfort for this Titan. What a good guy, or girl. King that praises perfection. But when Aquila boasted to Aronix of their perfect kin, they were met with nothing but a dismissive scoff. Is there such a thing as perfection in this world? Your so-called flawless kin is nothing special. How could the proud ruler of the heavens tolerate such doubt? Blinded by pride and the desire to prove themselves, Aquila tore out one of their own pairs of eyes with their beak and cast those, along with their lightning spear, into Georgios' spine. What did he do? Not even divinity is safe from pride. From the soil, a child swiftly emerged, with a mind that could think and limbs strong enough to bear the weight of the world. With each breath, their body grew larger and their wisdom deepened. Until at last, the infant became a giant, greater than even Aquila. They sprouted hands to touch the sky and legs to stride across the earth. Their hair turned snow white, dyed by the clouds, and their eyes became deep blue, painted by the skies. Thus the omniscient and omnipotent Kephel was born. A god begets a new god. It also sounds like Phynon. However, before Aquila could boast to Aronix of their creation, their path was blocked by an enraged Talenton. The omniscient, omnipotent creation had disrupted the balance of the world. As punishment, Aquila and Aronix, who had encouraged this defiance of cosmic law, were each condemned to rule only half of the sky, never to cross into the other's domain. Aquila was ordered to forge a great scale and entrusted to the newborn Kephel. It would be the scale's duty to divide dawn and dusk, ensuring the balance between day and night. When the dusk fell, the sky titan would be compelled to close their eyes and enter a momentary slumber, until dawn called them back to wakefulness once more. Yet Talenton did not realize that, having been born from Aquila's eyes, Kephel's gaze was naturally attuned to the light of day. And so, in the ages to come, when humankind was born, they too would inherit Kephel's nature, working beneath the sun and resting beneath the stars. So, Aquila won. Thus, though the struggle between day and night would never truly cease, by the year's end their hours would always return to perfect balance. Beautiful. You know, it's actually good that I need to use up some of my little tokens because I just pulled Phynon today. I'm not sure what he uses, but yeah, I'm gonna do that. I just finished my this week's. I didn't record any of the new equations I got because I just could not be bothered. It's really late. Oh my gosh, it's midnight. It's not late for me, but I've been trying to sleep early and it just never happens. But I want to do my weekly, so Sunday I could just relax and not have to worry about this. So I got 2. Bow of Rift. Sigh at their blessings. All marveled at Xerxes' blessing. It left 2 magnificent gifts for humanity. One was wisdom and reason, the other the art of cultivation. After death appeared in the world, hunger also began to afflict the beings of the earth. The numerous children of humanity, forced to abandon the dignity of being the most exalted of creatures, fought each other like beasts for food. To satisfy their hunger, humanity cast aside the reason bestowed by Xerxes. To fill their stomachs, they depleted all the wild vegetables and fruits of the forest. This angered Xerxes, who commanded all plants to wither. The starving children of humanity would soon vanish from the earth. Humanity forgot reverence and deserved punishment. The compassionate Georgios pleaded for humanity, and Xerxes allowed wheat to grow from the soil. Yet for humanity to survive in the world, wheat alone was insufficient. They still needed olives, potatoes, and onions, as well as the sweet fruits that once grew abundantly across the hills and valleys. So Xerxes imposed their trial. From among their devotees, they selected the most devout young man and gave him a handful of strangely shaped plump seeds. They proclaimed that they would place a curse upon the young man. No matter what this poor devotee ate or how much he consumed, he would never be satisfied, and endless hunger would burn within him like raging fire. That's so relatable. What terrible torture. And so the long torture began. The young devotee, a fisherman's son, devoured all the fish and shrimp his father had caught. Then he consumed all the wheat in his home and the provisions of his neighbors. To find more food, he was forced to leave his homeland. He devoured all the birds and beasts within his sight. But as Xerxes had foretold, no matter what he ate or how much he consumed, eternal hunger continued to torment him. This painful journey continued for an unknown amount of time. Finally, the devotee exhausted his strength, his spirit and body utterly broken. He sat before a withered tree, sensing his imminent demise. Using his last ounce of strength, he raised the seeds given by his god, and instead of putting them in his mouth, he scattered them into the air. He kept his faith. The seeds blossomed with Circe's blessing in the air, and the withered tree behind the young man transformed into a towering sacred tree. The young devotee had passed Circe's test. Thus, various crops began to grow upon the earth, and people gathered beneath the sacred tree to listen to the teachings of the voice of wisdom. I feel like we heard another perspective of the same story about Circe starving humanity, but I think it was from another perspective. Giant's nemesis. Ancient songs passed down through generations speak of that distant past, Caphel's nemesis. Life spread across the land, but in the end, all living things met their death. From death arose conflict, and from conflict war. As unarmed mortals fell, their souls plunged into the river of souls, and within the realm of Thanatos, sorrow and hatred festered and grew. The bones of the dead, fused with the waters of the river of souls, were shaped by grief into a colossal figure. Beneath the earth, they unearthed the lightning spear that Aquila had once cast down when creating the giant. Tempered in the waters of the river of souls, the weapon was reforged into the Lance of Fury. Thus was born Nikador, the Lance of Fury, the eternal enemy of the giant. Nemesis War will never pity lives. The slaughter of countless creations filled the giant with sorrow. Seeking aid, they turned to the Sky Titan, pleading for the return of the lightning spear so that the divine weapon could no longer aid in destruction, but Aquila was unmoved. That spear had been tainted by the filth of the river of souls. I will not lay a hand upon such corruption, much less reclaim it. With no other recourse, the giant then called upon the god of wisdom, Circe, to seek counsel. As expected, Circe devised a plan. Nikador wields a divine shield, a gift from Thanatos himself. Forged from the very essence of the underworld, it is strong enough to withstand even the fiercest lightning. If you can convince them to strike their own shield with the spear, one of them is bound to break. This story sounds so familiar. Thus, the giant journeyed to the River of Souls to confront its sworn enemy. They spoke with carefully chosen words, goading Nikador into action. Proud of their unmatched strength and divine weapons, Nikador listened with scorn. Gripping their spear in one hand and shield in the other, they summoned all their might and clashed them together. A thunderous roar split the heavens. The earth trembled as if struck by divine wrath, quaking for what felt like an eternity before settling into silence. As the dust cleared, the spear remained unscathed, but the shield had shattered into countless fragments. Some say these fragments were later minted into coins by Zagreus. Others whisper that they became the secret behind the indomitable shields of Castrum Kremnos. Zagreus is such an opportunist. Thus, the giant had finally stripped its foe of one deadly weapon, but that was all. Their struggle would not end there. It would carry on, stretching into the days yet to come. I forget who Nikador is. Does this mean I'm done? I think this means I'm done. I'm not sure if I will, because I've been recording this forever, I'm not sure if I will wait until this is really over. I think this, it says the next expansion is in 72 days, but is Protean Hero really going on? Maybe I'll see how long this is, because I know YouTube limits me to less than 12 hours. But yeah, we'll see. If this is the end, then it was lovely. This Divergent universe experience. A little confusing, but new week. Thanatos. Let me tell you the story of cowards huddling together for warmth in my scorn. In life, countless doors open, each concealing an unknown landscape, but the last door is certain. It opens to fire and ashes. It reeks of decay. Though you dare not to approach, a relentless force behind you pushes you forward. You pretend to be calm, but cannot suppress the fear inside. Faced with this eternal conundrum, the weaklings gathered. They paraded in mourning clothes, persuading others to join their ranks. but what they joined was nothing more than a grand funeral. How ridiculous it is, rushing hand in hand towards the door of death. Yet the hand of Thanatos gently swept over regardless of whether there were a million or just one.
Another week of Divergent Universe, and I'm still at it because I like reading the equations. I went for a period not reading the equations, but it made me sad, actually. It filled me with regret. Orphaned daggers, hunt and destruction. Some children are unfortunately born as tools for vengeance. Orphan daggers, they're called, a name that breathes fear into everyone's hearts. Poison vows for teething rings, daggers for bedtime tales. They inherited the skills of Amphoreus' finest assassins, taught until they were bought by schemers for dangerous and dirty works. After all, what lord would fear an innocent child? Utilizing this weakness, blades kissed necks like feathers. When the guards came to their senses, they found 2 corpses, one of which was the child themselves, for this was why they had prepared the poison vial. With their target perished, their existence no longer held any meaning. Damn, okay. We're just gonna wing it this time. Black Tide's decrepit bow. Agility and hunt. That doesn't help me at all, but what the heck. I reclaimed half my life from that wretched Black Tide, but lost another half of it. Let my warning save yours. Beware the decrepit bow. It was once a proud kin of strife, but its golden blood has been corrupted. With cursed arrows in hand, it slaughters every living being in sight. The withering bow shrieks as it fires arrows that never miss. Comrades died there and then, and I've been wounded too. As I escaped from the abomination, black blood trickled from my wound. This wound will never heal and shall devour my life. I know not how much longer I have to live as I await heaven's will. Perhaps that shot of arrow had already carved the ending in destiny.
Okay, so I honestly cannot remember if I made a final cut from the last time I filmed the Divergent Universe clip, because that was weeks ago. But I did max out my synchronicity level, with the next expansion being in 42 days. I think this is the end of Protean Hero. So I think I'm just gonna stop here. I don't know if I'll keep going. I think I'll keep doing it weekly just to get these items and to farm my planar ornaments, which I don't really even have that many of, and I'll keep getting whatever these things are. Just kidding. I'm not gonna actually try for any. What is that? No, I want that. Oh, I think I'm gonna need to get that. I guess I have 42 days to get that, but I don't know how to get there. I'll have to figure that out, but I think all the important stuff has been covered. I just want to get all these files off my computer. So yeah, the lore was interesting. I think pretty much every blessing curio equation is in their own database on the website. So yeah, anyways, bye.